Morning, I think we can start. Good morning, everyone. Let us start with our panel today, which is about a path towards modern, safe, and sustainable cities for the reconstruction in Ukraine. And I'd like to, first of all, thank you. My name is Benno Albrecht. I'm the director of the UF University for Architecture in Venice. It's 100 years ever since the earthquake in Messina that we are researching architecture in terms of stability. We are also active in the Middle East, in Syria, in Palestine, in Lebanon, in this regard. And we're working also on projects for Ukraine. Thanks to our European collaborations, we are trying to promote an Italian way of reconstruction, so an Italian perspective on reconstruction, which is a sort of diplomatic school about reconstruction. And without further ado, I'd like to yield the floor to our estimated guests. We have the Deputy Prime Minister, the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation. He has worked as governor in the region of Kiev during the crucial months of the invasion, and later has become vice chief of the president's office, and he is responsible for all regional policies of the country. That's why I yield the floor to the deputy minister, and I thank him for being here.
Hansen.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear Your Excellencies, dear partners, dear participants and friends from Ukraine, today's topic of this panel and of this discussion is the future of our cities and villages. But first of all, of course, it is the issue of the people who are going to live in Ukraine. First of all, it is our children, of course, and those who've remained in Ukraine, those who are going to return, and those who would like to live in a comfortable and safe place. And this is how we are going to develop our recovery policy, which is centered on people. You know, we cannot recover cities which are empty, and our cities are undergoing some very difficult times, the difficult times unknown to other countries in Europe in the last century. 19% of our territories is still temporarily occupied, and about 23% of our lands are mined, and we have a great number, about 4 million of people are internally displaced. You know, though in fact there are many more than that, because those are just the ones who've received that status. About 13% of our entire residential property. We're talking here about 10 million units of housing. Besides, throughout this war, we have been reconstructing our homes and houses actively, and under shelling, we keep on still rebuilding while we are being hit by shaheds. We are reconsidering and redesigning our policies, and we understand things are not going to be the same as they used to be. And here, first of all, I would like to draw your attention to our key decision, which is quite critical for us. Here we talk about the maximum attention to the frontline territories. We believe this is where our utmost attention has to be paid to. So we talk about those little towns and villages and cities which are the closest in the nearest proximity to the hostilities, because it's where we still have many of our people who do require our attention, and they do need hospitals, they need shelters, they need housing, they need transportation, they need basic services, they need schools, whether it's online schools or underground schools, and we must provide those services. And yesterday, during the opening of the forum, I, in fact, did announce about the various ways we are going to tackle these issues. And we do believe this is our main focus in our recovery policy. And we keep on working. And in fact, we develop various impetus systems to make sure that we can attract and engage business. We develop various preferential conditions and simplified procedures in those specific territories. In other words, for example, if somebody would like to have a business maybe in a safer region in Ukraine, so compared to somebody who would like to open or launch their business in those specific territories, their return on investment and profit will be twice more, because this is going to be part of our policy, and we are working hard on this. That would allow us to create stable and more predicted landscape for business. And we believe that would allow us to provide jobs for people, and also to provide support to people, as well as to provide them with all the necessary services. When we talk about the frontline areas, that's our security belt. And when I say our, this is not just Ukraine's, but also Europe's. We're also developing our horizontal ties with our communities to ensure security and stability of the country. We've been developing a shoulder-to-shoulder project that's a true policy of cohesion in Ukraine, and I know this program has been well implemented in Europe, and it's quite specific in Ukraine, because what we do is we have communities from safer regions in Ukraine supporting communities in those frontline. And so altogether, we have united 630 communities and have over 300 partnerships. We are supporting various schools and also youth clubs and youth centers, and we carry out various youth events. There are various projects that we carry out, but the idea is the same. So I would like to invite everybody to participate in these projects, in this initiative. We are open for participation, and especially with our international partners. Besides, I also would like to share with you very briefly my personal impression when we invited some representatives from the communities from Ternopil, Lviv, and other safer regions to go to Sumy region, and we allowed the heads of those communities to meet each other. It was interesting to observe how the representatives of these communities from the western or central part of Ukraine, how they were going to the eastern part of Ukraine, and it was very emotional for them to meet those heads of the communities, to see their lifestyle, to understand their realities and in this horrific war. So, dear participants, we keep on going, of course, and one of our main pillars is decentralization. And of course, decentralization reform has been one of the most successful in Ukraine since 2014. It's allowed us to create very powerful and resistant communities which could stand against the Russian aggression. However, we see that not all of the communities managed to stand against the realities. However, despite of the daily challenges, we are not going to quit on this decentralization reform, but we are going to adapt it, and we have developed the necessary concept. In addition, we have developed three focus, that's a territorial pillar and also institutional. And also we've developed the necessary models taking into consideration various economical resources and climate. And we believe that also in the future we'll also have to take care of the legislation for the local government, because this is going to be a sensible and a logical continuation of the decentralization reform. And another important issue, of course, is housing, because this is the foundation needed for all of the people. As of today, we have a framework law which provides a legislation with regard to how the system works and who can receive housing. And so we have developed a project based on the European countries, because we have looked into their experience. It was important for us to understand how they were able to house a great number of Ukrainians back in 22-23. It's a very simple system. The community builds housing, and then they give it into a rent for the whether it's for the population, and of course, first of all, it's the academia and healthcare professionals. But it's very important that this housing is of high quality standard. We are also building residential areas for the internally displaced people, for example, for people from the city of Mariupol, which is temporarily occupied now. Specifically, we've already built such a residential quarter in the city of Bila Tserkva, which is in the Kiev region. And this project has been developed for those people who've lost their housing because of the war. And besides, today we also have our friend and partner from the United States of America, and we have been working hard with him on various housing projects. So Mr. Hansen came to Ukraine in 2023 as a philanthropist, and he has built already over 1,000 of various houses for Ukrainians, and we are going to continue with that project. I'm also very much grateful to all of the international partners who work with us. Another important aspect, of course, is digital solutions. We look into various digital management solutions and digital administration solutions, for example, like Dream and GIS, and everybody has access to Prozoro, which is a procurement system. And we do understand that to ensure trust, we have to make sure that there is transparency in every project. Therefore, we ensure accountability from the very step of financing and at every stage of the project evaluation. And here's most important. Yesterday, our President of Ukraine announced priority for all of us today. And of course, all of this is done in the light of understanding that we speak about the future, and yet we also have to remember our today's reality. And here we speak about the protection of our population. And it's not just about the front line, but it's also about the rear, about the people in towns and cities and villages under shelling. For example, yesterday, the Chernivtsi region was under attack. And Chernivtsi region is quite far from the border with Russia, and it's in the proximity with the European borders, and yet drones reached them as well yesterday. So together with our international partners, we are investing into the air defense and also into Ukrainian drone production. And here we speak about some specific projects about drone interceptors and reconnaissance drones. All of this is already being manufactured in Ukraine. We're not talking here about startup projects. Those are specific manufacturing projects that are already going on. And so this is a new aspect of the recovery economy. Though it's all about new jobs, and that's why we invite all of you to take part in this, because you are going to help us to build new, safe cities for Ukraine. And this is not just a dream, but a reality. And I also would like all of you to invite to stop and just ponder about such a thing that today we've got over 100 of countries and international organizations represented here. All of them are already working with us on various projects. And this is indeed very unique. And in fact, it's a historical moment in the recovery of Ukraine. So now I would like to thank each one of you from the bottom of my heart for everything you're doing for Ukraine. Every little step is very important to rebuild Ukraine. We have many projects ahead, but first and foremost, we have to ensure just peace for Ukraine and victory. Thank you, everyone, and Slava Ukraini!
Beh, grazie, signor Vice Ministro, anche per...
Thank you, dear Deputy Minister. Thank you also for reminding us of the decentralization policies that are part of the Italian DNA, as Carlo Cattaneo has always said. And I am very much aware of this, but now I yield the floor to the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, who's not just the head of Italian foreign politics, but is also part of the military. He has been in the Carabinieri squad, he's been part of the military, and he's going to talk about his experience now today with us and his perspective. Thank you.
Esteemed participants, ladies and gentlemen, Ukraine is today the victim of a brutal aggression, and in addition to tragedy of human losses, it also suffers devastating material losses and sees many of its cities seriously damaged by Russian attacks. Let me also express my appreciation for the signing of 3 MOUs between UNEP and cities of Kharkiv and Mykolaiv, and with Oblast of Odessa. I'm proud to say that this partnership takes place in framework of the project funded by Italy on green solution for Ukrainian cities for over 2 million euros. In this regard, Italy decided to focus its attention in favor of the reconstruction of Ukraine on the Build Back Better principle. In particular, during the last edition of this conference, we decided to assume patronage on the reconstruction of Odessa. The new Italian intervention for reconstruction of Odessa can be divided in 3 categories. First, we have those aimed to the restoration of some of the most important buildings of Odessa's cultural heritage, for which we signed an agreement yesterday for over 32 million euros. Secondly, we have the intervention aimed at strengthening and promoting culture as a source of employment, another sector in which our country has profound experience, having long made of cultural heritage one of the pillars of our position in the world. In this regard, 2 agreements were signed yesterday for a total amount of over 12 million euros. Among the Italian entities involved, I would mention the Central Institute for Restoration, the Ministry of Culture, the National School of Cultural Heritage and Activities, the Universities of Perugia and Genova, the MAXI, the Milan Triennale, and the Sant'Agata Foundation for the Economy of Culture. Lastly, I would also point out our initiatives relating to the planning of the reconstruction of urban space damaged by conflicts, another sector in which various Italian realities are active, especially our universities. Another very important issue is that of building effective partnership to mobilize finances resources. The planning and financing of reconstruction activities are 2 aspects that I consider to be most important in view of the great challenges we face. For example, last year we launched a successful project in the energy sector together with the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. We also intended to explore a new co-financing possibility with the Council of Europe Development Bank in the housing reintegration sector. It should not be forgotten that if we join forces, especially with a view to coordination, we can achieve even more, of course. It is precisely for this purpose that Italy yesterday announced its membership of the Coalition for Sustainable Municipalities, with the aim of helping to improve access to national and international funding, facilitating synergies between international partners and Ukrainian municipalities. Excellencies, esteemed participants, sustainable cities are a key component on the road of Ukraine's reconstruction and recovery. The hope should not only be rebuilt, but to rebuild better. I trust that panels like this one can contribute to this fundamental exercise in the interest of Ukrainian people, of a just and lasting peace, and of us all.
Grazie signor Vice Ministro.
Thank you, dear Deputy Minister. Now, the memory of Odessa is also a memory of architecture and of what Italy has done. Francesco Boffa has built the stairway, which is, of course, a symbol of our relationship between our two countries. Now I'd like to call upon our other speakers to join me here. We have Oleg Kieper, the head of Odessa Regional State Administration. I'm not sure if he's with us. If he hears me, please, sir, come on stage. Then we have Ms. Grigorenko. Thank you very much. Thank you, Halima Kimorenko. Then we have Mr. Ihor Terekov, the mayor of Kharkiv, and he will show us a video clip. Michele Ziosi, Chief of Global Affairs and Sustainability for the Iveco Group. We have Laho Kojakovic, the Director for Property and Tourism of the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. And we also like to start now the discussion with Tatiana Molshian of the UNECE.
Pronto? Va?
Can you hear me? Okay, great. Let's start with the head of the Odessa Regional State. We have Mr. Kipper here. Ever since May 2023, he has been the governor, and he's had a great experience also with the legal system. In his past life, he was active there, and he's also responsible for supervising all the immediate challenges that the region is currently facing. And he's also in charge of the recovery of the region, so I would like him to begin, and I yield the floor.
Недовгий час, 2 роки. Я думаю, що для
Well, it's only been 2 years for my office, which is not a long time. It's a very long time for the war conditions, but for civilian circumstances, it's not. But I'm sorry for this interruption because we just received the notification about the massive attack with the Shaheds UAVs in Kharkiv as well and in Odessa. that damaged the civilian infrastructure. Unfortunately, there are casualties. We are still finding out all of the details. It has just happened. All of the Odessa saw it at the beach and at the train station and in the city center. Everyone saw all of these Shaheds flying over in the plain blue sky in the clear day. And these Russian drones are hitting the civilian infrastructure. Let me tell you a couple of words about Odessa. Odessa is the powerful logistics hub because the major part of the trade sea routes are attached to Odessa. Today, we are not able to dispose of the ports of Crimea, Kherson, Mykolaiv, Zaporizhia, and Donetsk. The major part of all of the cargoes, they pass through Odessa ports. When we have high waters, I mean the high seas, and when we have the Russian attacks and the ban to enter the Odessa ports that you can see in the video, the Odessa region was using the Danube River ports to rechannel some of the transportation to save the economy of the country. 2 years ago, in August, we undertook and committed to support the president of Ukraine, who took this personal decision and allowed the Ukrainian armed forces to secure the corridor of access to Odessa ports to be able to resume the logistics routes as soon as possible for the major ports in Odessa in the Black Sea. As of today, 2 years later, I could give you some figures. About 130 million tons of cargoes were reloaded, which is 5,000 vessels inbound and outbound to Odessa ports. During the war, this is the huge number, because this is not only the numbers, but the solutions to save our economy, supporting the jobs. The Minister of Infrastructure, the Vice Prime Minister, Alexei Kuleba, is the one to coordinate the infrastructure sector, and he is in direct control of all of these efforts. We are working together not only to save and maintain what we have, but even under the shelling, we are trying to increment our capacity. It is no secret that the ports in Odessa and the adjacent infrastructure are under the continuous target of shelling. Before the war, it took 1 day to load one vessel. Now it takes 4 days because some of the cargoes need the manual work to assess. But we are trying to resume whatever we can. We are even trying to create more new jobs to attract new investors and new businesses to partner. Allow me to express the gratitude to the international companies that not only did not leave since the beginning of the war, but also came to the region, doubled their capacity, started to do more. And for us, it is an important signal that our economy is operational. And we are not stopping. We keep growing and developing. We signed several agreements related to Odessa. We worked a lot on these agreements. We signed them with the Italian partners, focusing on cultural heritage. Why this focus area, you might ask? Let me explain. This is not only something that we must do, this is not only the cultural heritage that we must save, but you know that many Italian architects were contributing to the construction and design of Odessa heritage. But this is also about growth and tourism development. We keep growing tourism as well. It's not only for the regular visitors to come and improve their health in Odessa, but we also host the veterans. And also this is an important sign to show to others that our cities are surviving and we will continue to go on And we are doing our best to make these cities function, but also grow. This trip to Italy and also to other countries, when we travel around and the people go around and bring this showcase the situation we have to everyone to see that we go on. We also signed the agreements related to the agricultural sector. We have the southern part of Odessa region, which is quite a drought. And we have high temperatures and issues with irrigation. So last year, the military administration that I'm the head of started this effort on our own to renovate at least a part of the amelioration system to show to investors that, of course, the money, in addition to being spent on supporting the armed forces, are also allocated for this amelioration system for agriculture to attract more investors, because in addition to being the logistics hub, Odessa region has a major focus on agriculture. Last year, we managed to resume over 6,000 hectares of land, and we signed the agreement with the Italian government and Italian partners for additional funding for this irrigation of this land, which means more investment, more businesses coming to partner, and more business projects coming to be implemented in this area. And also, we have already signed the agreement with the Italian partners for the loans to construct the new state-of-the-art hospital to meet the European standards. You might also ask why focusing on this now, but actually we are planning to design this hospital with 2 or 3 levels underground, with the surgery theaters, with the pediatric wards, to make sure our kids are safe. Thank you.
Grazie. E adesso
Thank you. And now I would like to call Ms. Grigorenko. She focuses in Odessa as the first Deputy Minister of Culture and Strategic Communication. She has worked with Italian architects and with Genoa in particular, and I'd like her to talk with us.
Dear participants, for me it's an honor and pleasure to be here on a panel which is devoted to path to modern, safe and sustainable cities. When we are talking about sustainable cities, of course, we should think also about local identity. And that's why I will develop a little bit on statements of regional governor, Mr. Keeper, why cultural heritage should be preserved. It's not only walls and bricks. It's places, because out of the 6 objects, there are 3 museums, Philharmonic Hall, and really important buildings for local identity, because I would like to remind you that this is a World Heritage Site in danger. We inaugurated it during the full-scale invasion, and that's very, very important for us. And these buildings are places for social cohesion, because museums are not only keeping memories and keeping fine arts or literature objects, but also driving local, horizontal connections and contributing to the social cohesion and more resilient society. And that's why it's important, not only to preserve Ukrainian cultural heritage, but also it's a part of European legacy, and that's why it's so important for us. But of course, we are grateful for support of these 6 objects in Odessa, but of course we have different cities and different local identities. For instance, in Kharkiv, we have very famous constructivist building Держпром, which is also now damaged, and this is a part of also a UNESCO site in danger. Why we are keeping these bricks and walls constructed many, many, many years ago? Why it's so important for us? Because on the one hand, it's preserving our identity, and on the other hand, it's a path to bright future. It's a basis for economic development as well. We've done already this kind of projects even before full-scale invasion, when local heritage sites, for instance, in Vinnytsia region, Potocki Palace, which became a basis for Opera Fest. And that was a driver for local economy that brings people there, that creating new jobs, that creating new creative industries actually, which are based on these new experiences. Or, for instance, one of the important objects in Trostianets city, which is 20 kilometers to the Russian border, where the round square, how we call it, located, that also became a place for open-air festivals, music, theater, performances, and that brings people to that city and creates a driver for local economy. Of course, when we are talking about material heritage, we should not forget about intangible heritage as well. And exactly architectural sites could contribute to preserving intangible heritage as well. Because, you know, Ukrainians were so devastated during the 20th century. I think almost in every family, we do not have a lot of material memory from generation to generation because of 2 world wars, Holodomor, and you know, repression during Soviet times. So architecture sometimes is the only memory of our, you know, past, and which we should pass to our children in future. So this is important, but not only, because this is the places for building social cohesion and trust between people. That's why it's important. And I'm very grateful that Italy is supporting not only this restoration and rebuilding, but also capacity building, which is really important to exchange experience, because I truly believe that Ukrainians has also a lot what to offer. You know, our experience of being resilient during the full-scale invasion, how to protect our monuments, how to protect our important buildings, places of worship, which are deliberately destroyed by Russian Federation. As of now, since February 2022, we have witnessed 1,521 cultural heritage sites which were damaged in Ukraine. That means that we all lost something, not only Ukrainians, but all Europeans. And that's why it's so important. It's so important to not to forget about this as we build our sustainable cities. Culture is not what we can postpone to some peaceful time somewhere, sometime when the ceasefire will come. You know, we should preserve and we should rebuild it now, because this is a matter of national importance and national security. When National Odessa Philharmonic Orchestra will play again in National Philharmonic Hall, that means that life goes on. That means that we continue to live, we continue to dream, and leave a better country for our children. Thank you.
Grazie, grazie.
Thank you very much. I'd like to share with you a memory in Milan. The first building that was rebuilt was the theater, Teatro della Scala, and that is a symbol, a very strong symbol. And now I would like to move on to the mayor of Kharkiv, Mr. Terekov.
Доброго дня, шановні пані та панове. Зараз ви бачите.
Good afternoon, dear ladies and gentlemen. So you could just see now on this screen Kharkov before the war. So if you don't mind, you can keep on going with the video, maybe just the sound down a little bit. So yes, so this is Kharkiv before the war. It's a beautiful, prospering city of culture and development, and yet the full-scale invasion came, and then you can see this destruction. And unfortunately, it is visible everywhere. And already has been mentioned today by Mr. Keeper, we are under shelling daily. And in fact, even today, there were strikes next to the maternity home, and we had to evacuate 6 women from the maternity home, 3 babies infants and also healthcare professionals. And this is horrific just to think about it. And I would like everyone who is here to understand that, yes, Russia's full-scale invasion has changed our life drastically, has turned it upside down, has turned upside down the life of every single person. And of course, here we talk about our cultural life. And yet, so when you look at these scenes and these videos, one may say, well, we cannot speak about culture or about heritage or about cultural development. However, I do clearly remember the beginning of the war, 2022. I remember those massive shellings and strikes on our cultural heritage. Here, first of all, we talk about Korolenko Library, the library that contains some publications of the world's significance. This is our common heritage. This is, in addition to that, I also would like to say, remember how we evacuate masterpieces from Kharkiv Art Museum. Those were masterpieces of famous landscapists like Ayvazovsky or Repin, and we moved them underground because at that moment, the metro stations, the undergrounds, those were the places for shelter. At that time, daily, they would shelter 160,000 people. And then they would also have to shelter and store masterpieces. And then we would have to relocate them under shelling. So this is what happens, that in this horrific war, in fact, we do have to think about saving our cultural heritage. But we also have to save life of Ukrainian people, life of every citizen in the city of Kharkiv. Just like yesterday, President Zelensky said, to do this, we need international support, whether it's financial, political, defense, because we need to achieve just peace for Ukraine. This is our common goal, common task for the entire democratic community. And yes, indeed, we are going through some very difficult times now. And in fact, Vice Prime Minister just mentioned about the special focus to the frontline cities. And Kharkiv is a frontline city. So we do need this special support, especially in economy and to help to keep our business and to help to grow it, to make sure that the cities are not empty, that there are people living in those cities. Yes, it is very difficult for us today. However, I'm confident that we will stand, we will persevere, we will keep on building back better, restoring and rebuilding housing for people in Kharkiv. 160,000 people in Kharkiv do not have roofs above their heads. And we make everything possible to help the city of Kharkiv, whether there's by our own efforts or with the help of the state and the president's administration. Yes, we have 12,000 buildings that have been destroyed or damaged, and 9,000 of them are residential buildings. And yet, even during this year's full-scale invasion, we managed to rebuild 1,200 buildings. And there are more people who want to go back and want to live in Kharkiv. And in fact, we do want people, Ukrainians, to return from Europe, to return to Ukraine. And to do this, we need to make sure that we have all the conditions ready for them. And that's why we need your support. We need your help for us. And this forum is it's very important, and it's my honor and pleasure to be here. This is a great forum for various international organizations, international financial institutions to gather and collaborate. And so we do count on you. We count on your help and support. all frontline cities need your help. I'm very much grateful to all of our partners, whether it's European Investment Bank or EBRD or World Bank. Everyone, all kinds of United Nations funds and programs we've been working with. Thanks to them, we've been able to rebuild, to make better life in Kharkiv, to make sure that our municipalities and our utilities keep on working. And in fact, 2 days ago and yesterday, we had some really good meetings and workshops. And I have to say, over these 2 days, we've managed to attract 25 million euros to develop the economy of the city of Kharkiv. So I'm very much grateful for the assistance. And to sum it up, yes, it is very difficult for us. However, together we can stand. Together we will achieve this just peace, and together we will rebuild our cities and our beautiful city, Kharkiv. Thank you very much, and glory to Ukraine.
Thank you also, Mr. Dear Mayor, for the passion you talked with. Of course, this is basically the attempt to destroy a city, and it equals destroying a community, because killing a city means killing the community. But with speaking about industry, we have now Michele Ziosi, who is the Chief of Global Affairs and Sustainability for the Iveco Group. Thank you for having me. I will speak in Italian since we have the interpretation service. I'd like to start in a different way. The video that we just saw and what I've heard, they're very strong and they hit me. They were very impactful. Over the past years, we've been in Ukraine ever since 1996, and over the past years we have worked in Sumy, Odessa, at Kharkiv and other cities of Ukraine with local partners, and we have worked with local initiatives for psychological and education projects for young people. And we also had vocational training for adults in order to support then the young people in their integration and with regards to their well-being. So we had a plethora of initiatives in these cities, and looking at the impact that our initiative have had in Ukraine, over 2,000 people were helped by the initiatives that we fostered together with local NGOs, and the words I've heard had a great impact on me. And thanks to the Ukrainian Ministry for Transport, together with other Italian companies that have never left the countries, that have always believed in a reconstruction, a quick reconstruction. And as for the role of industry, I shall brief. We create vehicles for transporting cargo and people alike. And we think that without a sustainable transport, there's no sustainable recovery and reconstruction. We as Iveco can offer best practices and different technologies and elements for sustainable transport. We have electrical motors, efficient diesel motors as well, and biofuel motors. So that is one of the main assets. Our motors can work with biomethane that are the result of agricultural byproducts with a very low environmental impact and a very low CO2 release. Now, this is my message. We are very much available to transfer our best practices that we have a proven track record of in other cities all over the world, also to Ukraine. to cities in Ukraine with which we've had the honor of building a very important relationship over the past years. We have a very resilient team, and we keep supporting in the civilian endeavors, and not just civilian endeavors, the local Ukrainian administrations, and we are aware of the difficulty of the situation. So thank you very much for holding in. Now we have Mr. Hansen, a philanthropist, and he is very active with regards to housing issues. Please.
C'è anche un video che va.
We have a short video to kind of tell a little about our history here before we get into the housing. Thank you. I want to take a minute and make a fact known. We are here to help half of Ukraine that cannot afford housing, either during the war or when the war is over. More than 50%, 13 million Ukrainians cannot afford the rent in Ukraine today, whether the war was here or not. We have IDPs we've been helping, but we're starting a new effort with our partners who we'll talk about, our lending partners, equity partners, is to build a Ukraine for everyone. And I want to emphasize our message today is not just about the war, work, industry, cities. It's creating an equitable, fair Ukraine, the fairest in Europe. We are working with our lending partners. I'm here sitting with one of the very most engaged to build 20 communities where the people make under $900 a month or less. That is more than 50% of Ukraine. These affordable communities will be located in 20 Ukrainian communities: Kharkiv, Odessa, Poltava, Zaporizhia. We want to bring 500 homes with a school, with a community center, with food, daycare, medical care, emotional care, athletic care, Titanove for soldier rehab, complete communities that encompass those that comprise 50% of Ukraine. As I look out here, I'd like everyone to raise their hand if they make under $900. Raise your hand if you make under $900. I'm not talking to the people I came here to serve. These are not the people I want to take care of. I want to take care of the poor that are not represented here. The widows, the orphans, the elderly. How many of you know what an elderly couple gets on a pension in Ukraine? $71. Can you pay rent with $71? No. In our program, that is called no income, and you get a voucher for free rent. If you earn $300, and I know many people working in kitchens or cleaning that make $300, they would pay $80 and the state would have a voucher. Then those that earn $600, and I know thousands that make under $600 a month, they would pay $200, a third of their income. We are here to advocate for a fair housing for all. When you see our signs, I want you to remember that term, housing for all. Not the rich that sit in this room or the middle class, but those that are not able to access Ukraine's housing market. So while we're here during the war, we built 1,500 free transitional units. I've invested personally $140 million building free homes for people to live in that can't afford that. Now we're moving up to affordable units, but still focusing on the working poor, the elderly, the disabled, the widows, those that have been left behind even as Ukrainian society moves forward to a new post-war generation. I want to stay fixated on helping those that are left behind. This conference needs a focus on that, and if you're interested in that, please contact us. We're looking forward to working with you to build a fair Ukraine with housing for everyone. I'd like to introduce one of the dear partners now, Vlaho, that with his help, with Koleba's help, with the governor's help and the mayor's help in each city, we will build 20 communities, 1 billion worth of housing to house 70,000 working, low-income Ukrainians. Slava Ukraini.
Grazie, grazie. Lascio la parola al dottor Kovacic, che è il direttore per la proprietà e turismo per
Now we have the responsible for the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. We have him here. Thank you.
Before our turn. It's really good to be here. It's really good to see all the commitments, but it's also tragic to see what's happening as we speak, and it is emphasizing the need for us to do more and faster. We have invested almost 7 billion euros since the invasion on Ukraine in infrastructure and in all the aspects of the industries. However, equally important, we have also mobilized almost €1 billion in housing in the countries around Ukraine since the invasion, helping Ukrainian refugees to start feeling safe, helping Polish, Czech rent owners and build owners to welcome those refugees in a safe environment with Ukrainian lease agreements, and helping them actually becoming temporary citizens of surrounding countries in a decent and dignified way. What we learned in this are two things: speed matters and quality must never slip. And this is something what we want to bring in Ukraine with partners such as Hansen, because what we see is they're actually doing exactly this. Speed matters. Speed matters for Odessa, speed matters for Kharkiv, speed matters for all the cities which are under attack. Thousands and thousands of refugees which we see every day losing their roofs. But the quality must not slip, because those houses stay there for 1 and potentially 2 and 3 generations. We see in former Yugoslavia, where I come from, after the war it took us 30, 40 years to move from temporary housing to to permanent housing. So actually temporary doesn't exist. So it's really important that we think in the integrated way, which new housing strategy for Ukraine is calling for. We have to build communities. We have to build it in an integrated way in terms of infrastructure, in terms of mixed use, and in terms of not segregating those who have been affected with trauma of the war, but actually integrated them, their families, their children into the new society of Ukraine. I think I said enough, but we'll move on quickly. Thank you.
Grazie, molto importante questo.
Yeah, very important aspect. You have to build from the get-go at a good quality level, and I will now ask Anna Claudia Rosbach. She is the Executive Director of UN Habitat.
First of all, can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
First of all, thank you very much for organizing this panel. And I would like to congratulate all the levels of government here in Ukraine for all the efforts in reconstruction. Indeed, thank you for the previous panelists about talking on housing. Housing coincides with the focus of our new strategic plan at UN Habitat. So the 105 member states that voted and approved for our strategic plan coincide that we are living in a global housing crisis. So the affordability gap that you mentioned is present everywhere, right? And from housing and addressing housing is critical to face the big challenges that we face as a planet. Climate change, because look at the dimensions that we are talking about in terms of needs and the impact that will have in terms of urban sprawling, land use, densification, etc., and the materials that we are using, infrastructure needed, but also overcoming poverty. So housing really is it's at the intersection point of wealth creation, right, and also income generation, besides being critical to address all social needs. You spoke about the elderly groups, but let's talk about the youth, let's talk about the women, heads of household, etc., the most vulnerable. So housing can contribute both to the economic inclusion and development of individuals, households, but also do it to this value chain, to the country's GDPs, and to local economic development in cities. So I don't think we have to talk more about housing, but the point here is at the intersection of housing and cities, right? And nowadays we know we cannot afford just to build houses somehow and somewhere. So it's very critical that we integrate it to the cultural heritage and assets that we have, but throughout comprehensive and holistic urban planning. And I believe this is the big contribution that we can also give to the reconstruction process from UN Habitat's perspective. Currently, we are working in 11 cities around urban planning and service provision, but also very well coordinated with our peers within the UN system and looking at the systematic approach. And you spoke about the housing strategy. I understand there's a whole financial system that needs to be rebuilt, and it's critical that it incorporates, embeds a sustainability element in terms of location, in terms of cities, in terms of social, and of course the environment. We are talking about new legal or revision of frameworks for housing, for urban planning, and this is the opportunity also to incorporate some elements of innovation that are at the frontier of urban planning worldwide, and leave a legacy in terms of building capacity and promoting exchange. And here I'm talking about participatory governance systems. Here I'm talking about public and green spaces. Here I'm talking about the cities of care. So a way of planning cities that is transparent, that is simple, that everybody understands, that the society can actually incorporate as a public good, that considers the multi-level governance aspects, the importance, the critical importance of the local, but the fundamental role that the national and regional play in terms of resources, in terms of legal framework, etc. So at the end of the day, what we want is cities that are modern, safe, sustainable, that thrive, that are designed by people, for people, but respecting the nature and looking at the economic activities and as a basis for also expand the economic base of the country. And here and yesterday we spoke a lot about investments. Cities are the locus for the investments, and indeed if we combine cities and housing, the multiplier effect will be potentialized. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Grazie, grazie veramente. Adesso do la parola.
Now we have Tatiana Molchevan, who is the Undersecretary of the Economic Council for the UN in Europe. Thank you.
It's really a pleasure to be today here. And while we are reflected about Ukraine's cities, but not only about the, as they are facing the immense challenges, as we've heard, and really we've all read the news coming from Ukraine on a daily basis, and even during not only the nights but the days. But today it's important really to look at the cities as centers of resilience and also innovation and opportunity. And this is, I think, the most important aspect that we have to reflect upon. And I would like to join and continue some of the thoughts that were put by the previous speakers, and to say that I would like to commend particularly the central government by, even in this very challenging time when there is a tendency to do things fast and to do it anyway, not caring about, let's say, the sustainability, the forward-looking, the affordability, just sorting the situation somehow. I would like to commend the central authorities for putting all the thinking, for working. We have worked together with them under the a project that we call UN for Ukraine Cities initiatives, which we've been working on for a couple of years now, to work on a new legal framework, the new housing law. It's really an important piece of legislation because, yes, we need all of those principles, but you still need the legal framework. And now also, 1 month ago when I was in Kiev, the launching of the new strategy, work on the strategy, not the strategy itself, but with the partners, with the World Bank, with all the UN Habitat and the others, to launch a new strategic vision on how this housing policies should develop. And this is the most important part, that there is strong dedication. I see the minister, he was the one launching this particular new piece of state housing policy strategy in Kiev, and this is where we have to focus. Another important commitment from the government that we have seen in this challenging time is they adopted a new piece of legislation on public-private partnerships that speaks about sustainability. So you don't do public-private partnerships you just do them. You have to take in consideration the environment, the social, and the economic, of course, aspect. So I know that on 18th of June, just a couple of weeks ago, it was adopted in the final reading. So all of this is very important. At the same time, on the front lines, it's the mayors, it's the cities. It's very important because they are the ones enacting and putting in application all of these initiatives. And in the last years, we've been working with the support from the German government in particular, with 2 cities, mostly with Kharkiv and Mykolaiv. The mayor spoke about some of the initiatives that were launched, and I would particularly like to emphasize that it's not only infrastructure, that the attention is put on innovation. The master plan that was developed for Kharkiv includes a new science neighborhood, which will be built on or transform a former community or market area into a new vibrant innovation hub. Barabashova, the market that was unfortunately destroyed completely. So we had the Norman Foster Foundation really doing the master plans and the concept for this new center. And we have Kharkiv IT Cluster University, which are really backing up this project and efforts. Also, there were a lot of competitions that were launched to this. We had, for some of this competition for Novosaltivka region, we had 259 entries for a competition. So this also shows the attention, the support, and from 57 countries. This showcases global solidarity, but also we now see that this winning proposal is a model for scaling housing regeneration across the city, across Kharkiv. In Mykolaiv, we have worked with One Work Foundation, and also not only in doing the master plan, not only addressing the immediate challenges, but also building this innovation district. So looking at new spaces, how we developed the, also looking on how blending this affordable housing, but innovation spaces, waterfront redevelopment, and environmental restoration. We have been working with Politecnico di Milano on this project, and I really think that this is the way how we can address the current challenges. So addressing the immediate needs, but building a solid foundation for whatever cooperation we have. So with that, once again, recovery is not just a physical rebuilding, it's really something about building trust, dignity, and aspiration. You call it culture, we call it innovation, we call it affordable housing, we can call it anyway. It's dignity in the end. Thank you so much.
Bene, grazie.
Thank you. We also had scheduled another round, but unfortunately we're running more than late. Hence, I'd like to thank all of our speakers, all of our panelists. I'd like to thank the ministers for being here, and you know, as we say, when the storm rises, there are those who build walls, but those also who build windmills to make the best out of it. And that's our final statement for the day. Thank you very much.
Marco, forse se...
Marco, I think we need a couple more headphones here.
Can you hear me? It's working? Okay. I guess we can start. And so... È tutto in inglese? Ah. Marco, ma in italiano o in inglese? Inglese? Okay. No, in English, okay, it's fine. So, thank you very much to everyone for coming. Thank you for the speakers, the singers west. We need one more, I guess, but I guess we can start. Be conscious about the time. First of all, my name is Alfredo Ingletti. I'm Vice President of OICE. OICE is the Italian Association of... non funziona. Of the Italian Association of Engineering and Architectural Consultancy Companies. It's made by around 400 member companies spanning from big public companies to the very small ones that it's the basis of Italian market. The total turnover of our companies is around 4.3 billion, and we merge together 300. What ce l'ha? And it's around and the activities of our companies are quite international because more than 40% of our turnover is made abroad. We, in the last years, manage a lot of interactions with Ukrainian partners, starting from very last years in the past to 2012-13 when we signed the first time an MOU with ICEC. That is the same Italian of the Italian OICE Association. And then out of this, we participate to all the conferences and activities with them, and we are still working to improve our capabilities to work together. This morning we have a huge panel of people involved in transport sector, and I want to lose more time, and I start with the Deputy Minister of Infrastructure and Transport of Italy, Mr. Edoardo Rixi, and I would like to ask you how international partners as Italy are supporting capacity building efforts and recovery at all levels. What is in particular the Italian commitment at this regard?
Well, first of all, I'd like to thank I would like to thank the Ukraine Reconstruction Head Officer.
They say that the delegation from Ukraine don't speak English, so we must translate. So at the end, it's better that I speak in Italian. But in ogni caso, quello che oggi noi vogliamo fare.
So what we would like to do today is make sure, as a country, and I'd like to also thank the task force that our foreign minister has given us, and the many stakeholders that have agreed to foster our efforts to help Ukraine, especially to see that light at the end of the tunnel, which gives us perspective when it comes to rebuilding our country in a reasonably short time. We give you all the technology, the knowledge, the experience that we have created over the years, because we are also reconstructing our logistical infrastructure, we have had a very big project both for railways, roads. We are completely modernizing our infrastructure. We have the CEO of the Ferrovie dello Stato, of the National Railway, and they are working on the railways. They're trying to reform it also on our ports. We are very active at all levels of infrastructure, and this grants us today not only an increased capability of production line at a logistical level, but also helped us to face some of the hardships we encountered along the way, which makes us a great partner when it comes to rebuilding after the war the logistical capability, and also when it comes to supporting port, railway and road reconstruction right now in order to make sure that Ukraine can start with the planning of the investments into future logistic and infrastructure programs. Now, hence, we need to understand what are your expectations. We need to understand also what is the political will and what can we do to help you to preserve that productive capability that will then in a second moment help us to be very fast when it comes to actually implementing plans. Now, our port system will be an increasing harbor for cargo in the Mediterranean Sea, thanks also to the relationships we have with countries in the Black Seas. We would like to use this system in order to create a harbor not just for Ukrainian transports, but also for all that technology and all that material help that the country needs right now. The Italian government is currently doing its best to help. We hope that the war will end as soon as possible, but what we would like to send as a message is that we want to start right now with a clear vision of what the true needs of the countries are in order to be set and ready when it comes to help, and when push comes to shove, be fast. Thank you.
Much, and I'll move to Seri Sukomlin, Head of State Agency for the Restoration and Development of Infrastructure, and to give us what institutional mechanism can improve coordination and speed in infrastructure recovery across national and local levels.
Доброго дня. Я хотів
Good morning. To start with, let me tell you about the activities of our agency so that you could have better understanding of the projects that we are running related to the recovery. Let me show you the mechanisms, including the mechanisms of attracting international businesses for more efficient recovery of Ukraine. Let me give you an example from Kyiv region. During the hostility in Kyiv region, about 30,000 facilities were destroyed. As of today, over 23,000 facilities have been reconstructed. This is the unique experience also for Europe. During the war, which is still on the way, we have the large-scale reconstruction effort. This is the example and illustration from Borodyanka town. This is the pictures before and after 2.5 years ago and today. When we are reconstructing the Ukrainian cities, we are already applying the new technologies. We are using the inclusivity principle and also energy efficiency and the needs of social urban planning trends. We understand that the war is still raging, and we are focusing our priority on the frontline roads because it's about the logistics and supplies for the army, for the medical evacuation and civilian evacuation. Today, all of the effort related to the road infrastructure is focusing in the eastern part of Ukraine. These are the cases of the destroyed bridges and the bridges that were built from scratch during the war. On the left side, you can see the pictures of the machinery and equipment that was affected during the works. Unfortunately, we suffer many losses also of the workers working on the reconstruction effort. This is the comprehensive renovation of 5 communities in Ukraine. We are trying to test the new approaches that could be more efficient for all of the population of the communities. Another project to showcase, it's very important for Ukraine. It's a large-scale infrastructure project. We also have the video to illustrate it. These are the supplies, water pipeline construction for the city of Mykolaiv. We started the construction in February this year, and this August we are going to complete it, and the water will be supplied to all of the citizens, 175,000 people. And we have 125 million euro final cost, which means that we managed to save over 28% as compared to the initial estimates, which means that we could reallocate this fund to other projects in other regions. We are planning for other projects in the pipeline in other regions. This means the comprehensive approach to the renovation and construction of the new service areas on international highways to offer some comfort for the truck drivers. This project will include about 100 service areas along the roads. We understand that the war changed everything, the demographics, the economy and the logistics. As of today, we enjoy the support from the European Investment Bank and the EBRD and the World Bank. It helps us design a brand new transportation strategy in Ukraine. In the near future, you are going to see the brand new projects, but the first rounds and phases for the renovation of the road infrastructure, the estimate is 48 million euro. As to the border crossing points, this is another important priority for the agency this year. We are going to completely reconstruct and build 9 new border crossing points. We started the construction of the new site with the Romanian border. This is going to be the big transportation cargo site, and also on the border with Poland, which is called Yahodin. It will be renovated. This is the structure of our agency. We had the restructuring inside, and we have the expert councils established, each focusing on the strategic projects for the agency, doing the feasibility studies of the projects. We have the Central Procurement Organization, which is an important tool for the recovery of Ukraine, promoted by the government. In the coming 2 weeks, the tendering and bidding procedures will start to recruit and hunt for the engineers, for the consultants, all of the procurements for the infrastructure, for the energy projects, for the water supply projects and other projects. For the European and international businesses, it's an important opportunity to bid in these projects because they will be using the international rules and criteria. This is the case of the projects that we designed jointly with the Ukrainian communities in 7 Ukrainian cities to build the thermal power plants. They will be using the RDF and CRF fractions for waste incineration. And we have the first case when the city of Odessa signed the memorandum of understanding for the construction of this power plant with a Korean company. Another huge solar power plant project. This is another project we are implementing jointly with the Ukrainian communities. The replacement of the street lighting. 500 communities will be implementing this project at the same time. Our agency contributed to the design of this project. Another important project focusing on the frontline communities. We do have a huge need in Ukraine to build bomb shelters, but the conventional methods of constructing the shelters would take 2 years and high costs. In the frontline communities, it only takes 3 minutes for the missile to hit the target, and it's a huge challenge for the schools, hospitals, and kindergartens. Therefore, we designed, jointly with the partners, the new type of the modular bomb shelters. You can see the elements of these shelters in the stands. We brought them here to showcase. And this is the example of reducing the cost of construction. Another project for the municipal housing, we're going to involve 18 communities. And the new website of the agency is presented here. We launched it a week ago. Please follow the QR code and link, and you can find all of the details about the current and future projects, including the large infrastructure projects. We have the English version, of course, and there is the system of dashboards, which shows live the course of the project implementation. Please enjoy the video.
Without drinking water because of the war. Today, that's changing. The renewed State Agency for Restoration and Development of Infrastructure has taken on the challenge, and in just 5 months built the Mykolaiv water pipeline. Current readiness, 95%. Over 67 kilometers of pipeline laid, plus 15 kilometers more to irrigate farmland. Every day it will deliver 120,000 cubic meters of water for the people of Mykolaiv and another 50,000 for the region's farmers. Every pumping facility is protected, anti-drone defenses, shelters for workers, backup generators, and reserve power lines. Solar panels will follow to reduce energy costs. The initial estimate, 8.7 billion hryvnias. Final cost, 6.2 billion. A budget saving of over 2.5 billion. Project timeline, February to August 2025. And in August 2025, water will finally return to Mykolaiv. For the first time since 2022, more than 500,000 people will turn on the tap and get water. This is more than infrastructure. It's resilience. It's recovery. It's Ukraine.
Дякую.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Really impressive, and this is something I guess it's something we can take away from this conference, that reconstruction is still in place. We are not waiting the end of the war to restart, and this is very important to hear that you are doing that. Now I move to the central policy makers, and Maya from Deputy Director General of DG Move She's in charge of the transports in Europe. And I would ask her, how can Ukraine leverage TEN-T integration to unlock EU support and investment for transport infrastructures?
Thank you. Thank you very much, and good morning, everybody. Indeed, when we talk about transport sector, and I mean, we certainly, everybody got a good idea from the previous presentation, intervention. We are facing immense needs. According to World Bank estimates, the total recovery and reconstruction needs in Ukraine are around 66 billion euros. And indeed, we cannot wait. I mean, we need to, and things are already happening as we speak, also with a view to the additional future needs. So as we see it from European Commission, the top priority is to establish fully connectivity between the EU, our member states, and Ukraine. Because transport infrastructure is not only major reconstruction efforts, it is also adapting to EU standards and fully integrating into the EU internal market. Also, when we reconstruct, we need to think about how to build back better. We have a good experience with the exercise of EU-Ukraine solidarity lanes, and they are the basis for tomorrow's fully connected and interoperable sustainable transport systems. What is really working in our favor is that over the last 3 years, working together with our Ukrainian friends, we have fully integrated legally EU into the trans-European transport network of the EU, and in this situation we are able to identify investment priorities because we have clearly defined corridors, clearly defined maps, and this is key because infrastructure planning and infrastructure building is of course not only very expensive but by definition long term. We have already mobilized 1.5 billion euros through Connecting Europe facility for various cross-border projects. We have 4 member states, of course, bordering Ukraine. And let me also emphasize, we are talking about grants predominantly. So let me just mention a few projects. We will have the first 22 kilometers of European standard railway gauge, which is, of course, a big issue here, because we know in Ukraine today we have a different gauge than in Europe, so we need to transfer everything to the European standard gauge, which will connect Chop to Uzhhorod and should open in August. I'm also very pleased to share the news that we will provide further grant support under Connecting Europe facility, the latest call announced just last week, and Ukraine was awarded another 76 million euros for development again of European standard gauge railway connecting Poland with Lviv. So you can already see where we really prioritize investment from Connecting Europe facility. These 76 million will actually leverage the total of 152 million euros of investment. So really, TEN-T integration provides Ukraine an opportunity to prioritize and implement key transport projects and thus align its transport system with our standards. We also will need and are working closely on coordination with international partners and certainly leadership and full engagement from our friends and colleagues in Ukraine in order to really make all funding possibilities materialize. We are working closely with the IFIs. Really, we need to create synergies. We have some very good experience over the years, but again, needs are immense. We will also need to ensure full administrative capacity, and for this, together with the EIB, we are, of course, offering technical assistance via the JASPERS teams who are actually on the ground. Last, but certainly not least, all this will need to go hand in hand with regulatory alignment. Progressive alignment with EU transport legislation is crucial for further deepening of Ukraine's integration. So let me sum up the 4 key elements as we see it and as we work hard to make it happen. Close coordination with international donors, combined with prioritization, joint prioritization of investments, strategic approach prioritizing the main axis along the TEN-T network, so this corridor approach that we have developed over the last 4, even 5 decades within the EU, ensuring sufficient administrative and technical capacity, and, as I said, need to have a clear picture on future transport needs. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Maya. This is paramount to have the integration between the standards from Ukraine. And I guess this is also be supported by the integration of Ukraine in the European community as well, because this is part of the process. This is very important. Now we move to the private operators. Let's say Kittel Tonning, Honorary President of FIEC, the European Federation for Construction Industry. And I would like to ask you, how can international partners support capacity building efforts at all levels of project delivery? What is the role of FIEC in this?
Thank you very much, and good morning to all of you. First, short about FIEC. We represent 32 national federations in 27 countries, gathering 3.8 million enterprises and more than 12 million workers around Europe. The economic weight of the construction industry generates more than 7.9% of the EU GDP. In comparison with Ukraine, 1 year of EU construction output is almost 3 times the World Bank's latest total reconstruction estimate for Ukraine. So the capacity already exists. The challenge is creating the right framework to mobilize it. We have already done a lot. It's been more than 3 years since we established the Task Force Ukraine. It was FIEC and EIC, the European International Contractors, establishing it in June 2022. And shortly after, more or less the entire value chain for the construction industry joined forces with us and are participating in our frequent meetings. We meet like every 6 weeks. And we have already established recommendations for the future reconstruction of Ukraine. That was already done in the beginning of 2023, with 8 pillars, urging donor-based payment security, first loss guarantees, FIDIC contracts, EU standards, and early contractor involvement. Later the same year, we responded to the Ukraine facility regulations and called for guarantees, advance payments, and mandatory capacity building clauses. In our current discussions, we are also examining how European construction companies could benefit more from the EU funding programs. We are also cooperating closely with the unions, with the worker side, and the representatives in the EU social dialogue during the Commission. The European Federation for Building of Workers are our counterpart, and together with them we made recommendations for the rebuild of Ukraine and was focusing on working conditions, skills upgrading, and zero social dumping during the Ukraine's rebuild. Rebuilding has already started, as mentioned before, and this must be communicated widely. It's been ongoing already since 2014. Bridges, schools, and energy networks are already under contract through EU and international finance institution programs. More than 2 billion in guarantees mobilized in 2024 by the EIB. And communicating early wins keeps donor confidence high and attracts private investors to the upcoming project pipeline. Early involvement of contractors for capacity building and knowledge sharing. During making and establishing the recommendations for the rebuild of Ukraine, we were very clear that the involvement and training in cooperation with local partners of local institutions and officials, designers, local contracts and subcontractors, as well as local architects, consulting engineers, should be one of the primary objectives of the reconstruction effort, as it directly contributes to strengthening and revitalizing the local economy. We will also emphasize the importance of early contractor involvement, which transforms each project into a training ground, accelerates design optimization, reduces claims, and transfers building information modeling, Eurocode and health safety environment know-how to Ukraine partners. And finally, it's a need for anti-corruption actions to attract Western companies. Predictable procurement attracts serious investment. FIDIC-based contracts facilitate negotiation and reduce legal uncertainty. EU-compliant pre-qualification and e-procurement systems must be mandatory. And finally, Prosoro and donor-led tenders should provide a transparent, reliable and harmonized interface for European contractors. Thank you.
Thank you, Kirill. And also we support use of FIDIC contracts in the reconstruction process, and because this is the way to assess the most fair conditions for the contracts. And now we move on the Italian side. I will give the floor to Stefano Donnarumma, CEO of Italian Railways company Ferrovie dello Stato. And I would ask you today, after this session, Ferrovie dello Stato will sign a memorandum of cooperation with the Ukrainian Railways. Could you tell us more about that and share your perspective on the role of industrial partners in developing a modern and resilient transport infrastructure in Ukraine?
Thank you for this invitation and the opportunity to speak about this topic. Yeah, we are working since several months together with our Ukrainian colleagues for railroad evolution, because it's a question to rebuilding after the war impact, but also the conflict impact, but also to think about the future of this so important transport system for a so big nation. And we are speaking about several arguments together with these colleagues, starting by the fact that we are one of the most important transport operators in Europe. Consider that in Italy we manage more than 17,000 kilometers of rail network, and more than 1,000 is on high-speed trains. And also our country is a not so easy country with mountains and a lot of difficulties to build infrastructure, but in any case is one of the more efficient in Europe. Consider that we spend every year about 11 billion euro only on infrastructure, and 20 billion euro for all the FS group and all the activities, like also transport of passengers and freight business and so on. Speaking about these topics, we define 4 pillars for this agreement together with the Ukrainian colleagues. One is related to the infrastructure rebuilding and evolution, and consider that we have inside the group one of the most important engineering company that is involved in this typology of investments, that is Italfer, and together with our colleagues of Italfer we will give a support for the designing of the network, for the identification of right technologies and the exchange of know-how. But also speaking about passengers, it's important to consider that Ferrovie dello Stato, that is present also not only in Italy but also in Spain, in England, in France, in Germany, in Holland, in Greece. So we have a so long and great experience also by working with foreign populations and nations, and so we can give some effort and we can exchange knowledge also in the managing of a passenger that for us is more than 800 million per year. Then we can speak about the standard of infrastructure and the help that by changing the standard and align the standard of railways to the European standard, it's also possible to use some Italian trains in this country, and we are able to do and we want to do. But also to think about connection, international connection, for example, during the night, to go from Italy to Ukraine and from Ukraine to Italy, because we have also to consider how many people live from Ukraine here with us in Italy, and so it's also important to consider this. So after this meeting we will sign together my colleague, the CEO of Ukraine Railways, we will sign an agreement, an MOU, a memorandum of cooperation that will help us to go on with these topics, and to build together the future of transportation, not only for Ukraine, but also for all Europe.
Thank you very much, and I'm proud to say that Idalfer is also a member of OICE, and for sure Italian high-speed system is a world-class project that can be used for as a status. And now we move from transport to transport of water. I will give the floor to Pierfrancesco Latini, this is Chief International Officer of ACEA. And I would ask what motivates ACEA to take part in Ukraine's reconstruction, and what expertise does it bring to the table? Considering the extent of the damage across Ukraine we have seen, which solutions ACEA could bring in this scenario?
Thank you. Good morning, all. I'm really honored to be part of this panel for the infrastructure development program for Ukraine reconstruction. We are strongly motivated, and I do believe that ACEA can contribute in a significant way to this program, thanks to its experience and its expertise. The impact of the conflict has been dramatic. We have seen the recent report from the World Bank, but also the images showed today. Besides transports and logistics, water, energy, electric grids, waste management systems are among the, let's say, more impacted sectors from the conflicts. And these are not merely technical challenges. These are building blocks of the civil society and the economic recovery. ACEA, as a leading operator in the water management systems, energy, waste management, can for sure contribute significantly to this process. Let me give you a snapshot of the group and of our operational approach. Starting from the water management systems, we are leader at domestic level. We serve more than 11 million people. We are managing maybe the largest infrastructural water management project in Italy, maybe in Europe, the doubling of the Peschiera aqueduct, a state-of-the-art 1.4 billion euros project to secure the supply systems, the water management systems of the capital city of Rome. We have a consolidated international presence in South America, where we manage integrated water management systems, and we serve more than 10 million people. How can the Ukrainian let's say, authority use our experience also for a Build Back Better approach? We can help in the restoration of water infrastructure and pipelines, starting from the drinking water networks, using advanced robotics, as we already do for our networks, using artificial intelligence inspection technologies. Then rehabilitation of and upgrade of wastewater treatment plants, also for agricultural and industrial water use. Moving to the energy sector, we are among the leading player in Italy. We directly manage the electric grids of the capital city of Rome. We serve 3 million of people, as well as the direct management of public and artisan lighting. So we are ready to support Ukrainian energy authorities in distribution grid modernization, also with a smart and digital approach, focusing on energy efficiency and flexibility of the network. Finally, for the waste management sector, ACEA is focused on the waste treatment plants. We already manage 2 relevant waste-to-energy plants in central Italy, but above all, we are leading an international consortium for the new waste-to-energy plant of Rome, a strategic project that will change, that will turn around, let's say, the waste management system of the capital city, sorry. So our help, our support would regard a state-of-the-art solution for waste-to-energy plants and other circular economy solutions to increase sustainability, innovation, and prevent uncontrolled dumping. In conclusion, I believe that ACEA could significantly contribute to the recovery phase of Ukrainian critical infrastructure with, I would say, an uncommon combination of, on one hand, consolidated experience on complex networks, and on the other hand, flagship projects with an high innovative content. And this dual expertise can help in combining a modern, resilient approach with a true Build Back Better perspective, also supporting the European integration target. I thank you for your attention and sincerely hope for a swift, let's say, resolution of the conflict in order to allow us to start up the reconstruction phase for the benefit of the collectivity as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Per Francesco. You stress a point that for me it's very important, that the reconstruction of Ukraine will be also an opportunity to improve a modern and efficient, sustainable infrastructure, and this is something that could be a huge workshop for the world to improve these capabilities, to reduce the emissions, to reduce the impact of infrastructures on the world. And now I move to Angelo Petrosillo, Vice President of Mermec. Mermec is a company that's quite involved in Ukrainian operations, and I would like to ask you that Mermec provides solutions that leverage artificial intelligence and generate value for mobility, aerospace, public administration, and critical sectors. What is your role within the recovery of Ukraine?
So thank you very much indeed for the invitation today. It's of course an honor for us to be here, and you know, Mermec is part of this comprehensive ecosystem with the Italian Railways, Italian FS, of expertise and excellence in transportation and in railways safety and standards. And we are, of course, full backed by the Italian authorities for this. You know, director of DG Move spoke about standards and 10Ts. And actually what Mermek is doing, it has been along in Ukraine, it has been now 3 years. It's working with the Ukrainian railways about standards and safety, European standards in safety, and European standard in signaling, so in RTMS. So we carry on 2 projects, and we signed yesterday with the Minister Tajani a comprehensive agreement on it. The first one is on the safety of the track and to the enhancement of the capacity of Ukrainian railways to apply European safety standards, the same one that Italian railways, French railways, German railways are applying with us, thanks to our measuring and diagnostic systems, especially to reshuffle the whole fleet of measurements in Ukraine, which is unfortunately comes from Russian technology. So it's a matter of homeland security and national safety. The second area of cooperation is signaling. As you know, of course, the gauge is the first issue we have to face because we have to connect the 10T through the gauge, but the second one immediately is signaling, otherwise trains will be not connected anyway. And so we start this project with this private sector company in Ukraine, and this is one of the agreements signed yesterday, to develop together the interface of the, let's say, dialogue, technological dialogue between RTMS, European standard, and Ukraine national standards, to be ready once the tender will be over, to to submit a solution, a technical solution to Ukrainian railways. The Ukrainian network is the heart of the communication of the country. It is very important for civil reasons, but also for military reasons. And we are proud to be in touch with Ukhraiznitsa. It has been 3 years now, so from the very beginning of the war, because we strongly believe that we can cooperate in enhancing the dialogue, as Mr. Donnarumma said just before, between our 2 countries in transport and in excellence in transport. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And finally, we move to the financial institutions, and I leave the floor to Ines Rocha, IFC Regional Director for Europe. And I would like to ask you, what are the key financial instruments for attracting investment for recovery and development of the transport sector in Ukraine?
Thank you so much. Good morning, and first of all, can I just say to the head of the Saudi agency, I mean, really well done. It's a very impressive project you have, in particularly the Mykolaiv one. So thanks for sharing the video. So I will just give a couple of words on the World Bank Group role for Ukraine. The bank is the largest global institution. We have been involved. I am representing IFC, which is the private sector arm, but we're also involved overall with our public sector on supporting Ukraine with over 81 billion that's been mobilized since the start of the war. Focusing on the IFC, where we are the private sector agency for the World Bank. We've done just over 2.4 billion of investment since the start of the war, a lot of them on infrastructure. And when we say infrastructure, is not just the transport related, but also, we're looking into energy infrastructure, social infrastructure, telecom infrastructure. And in fact, together with my colleagues from EBRD, we've done the largest ever FDI investment in telecom sector, which is, communications is also critical for Ukraine. And if we think about, what is the road ahead and what is needed, I would highlight 3 things. So the first one is reforms. And here with our public sector side, we're involved very closely with the government in pushing for more reforms. So when we talk, for example, we've been talking here a lot about railways. The railway law is a key priority that should be prioritized. The other point would be innovative models for financing. So we know that, and my co-panelist Deborah mentioned the World Bank study that's about 70 billion needed for the transportation system in recovery needs for Ukraine. But the study overall mentions, just over 520 billion needed overall for Ukraine for the next 10 years in reconstruction and recovery needs. And a third of that can be provided with the private sector with the right reforms. So, but for that, we need to think a little bit about innovative models. One of the key points being Ukraine just adopted the PPP law. So I very much welcome that progress on that. And here we can look into combined models, hybrid PPPs. The head of the Saudi agency knows that we're working on the Zhytomyr hospital where we're looking into a viability gap funding. So also looking into the social infrastructure and getting a mix of private sector investments with some donor support. And then the last point being de-risking and donor support. Here we're very grateful for the European Commission. We're implementing partner on the guarantees. So either as a first loss, but also with some technical assistance. So the de-risking part is critical for IFIs, MDBs to be able to do more and then attract private sector investments. I would just make one final point in terms of the railway transportation system is that it's not just important to commercialize, and I mentioned the railway law, but overall, just on the infrastructure, we need to think as well about reducing the state's ownership component and moving more into attracting private sector to these critical sectors. One last point, we were also involved on ports. So this is also an important one. We're involved also with my colleagues here on the Chornomorsk PPP, which should be completed by year end. And this is expected to be done on a fully commercial basis. So there are sectors where private sector is already interested in. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Ines. And for sure, there is a great attitude. We are understood in these days that there is a great attitude for private investments in this project, and PPP can leverage these private investments on projects, and this is paramount for a good path to the recovery. And now, last but not least, as we say, I would ask to Arvid Turkner, EBRD Managing Director for Ukraine and Moldavia. Quite the same question, but from the IFI's point of view. So what are the key financial instruments that we can deliver to support the reconstruction?
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. It's very good to be here. Well, I mean, a lot has been mentioned already in terms by Ines and also some of the other panelists. You know, what are the priorities for Ukraine, and what we need now is financing, and attracting private sector is one very good option. But very often we also have to work with the public sector, because that is a very efficient and direct way to make sure projects are implemented fast. And as EBRD, we are extremely happy to work very closely with Sardi and Sergei Sukhomlin on many of the priorities which have been presented. So in order to make sure projects are implemented fast, we are always supporting our clients with capacity building, which is, I think, important to go along with financing, whether that's at the project level with project implementation units, embedded experts, feasibility studies, very important topic is now human capital, workforce, labor management because of the shortage across Ukraine, but of course also in the infrastructure sector. And here we are doing a lot of things, for example, with our client, infrastructure client, Nova Pošta. We just signed a loan agreement for 50 million euro literally an hour ago. And we are helping them to design some of their production, or in this case, sorting processes, in a way that it is adapted to more female workers, also workers with disabilities, to make sure we make best use of all of the Ukrainian workforce. Very important, in order to attract financing, we need well-prepared projects. So this is why World Bank Group, EIB and EBRD, we are all working on project preparation facilities. So the one which is co-managed by EIB and EBRD is called Ukraine First. There are two windows, and we have support from the EU to finance all of that, but also some bilateral donors are coming in, the Netherlands, Ireland, and others. And we very much think that will enable the financing, including PPPs, by the way, which are very kind of intense to prepare going forward. So maybe that's an important component to mention alongside the financing instruments like PPP and direct loan financing. I also would like to mention two things, because when we talk about financing and capacity building and building a good pipeline, we need to work very closely together with the Ukrainian institutions. And this is the reason why we are going to sign a MOU to collaborate and work together on a pipeline in the road sector, which has extreme needs for financing, as Sergei presented at the beginning. And we will work together with the Ministry for Development and also the agency to develop that pipeline. And another announcement I would like to make, we are looking into a liquidity line for the city of Zaporizhia. Again, they're very much war affected, as everyone knows, and we have done similar liquidity lines for other cities like Kharkiv, something we signed here at the URC, and we have done it before for the city of Kiev, for example. So it's a product which is needed to maintain basic services and reconstruction during the war. Thank you.
So thank you very much. Thank you very much. And so, conscious of time, I would close this way, just wrapping up three final takeaways from this discussion. I guess we can get with us. First, reconstruction is it's working. It's now. It's not. We don't need to wait the end of the world to support Ukraine in reconstruction. They are working on this, and we can support. Second, this is a great opportunity to improve our capability to deliver sustainable infrastructure, and this is going to be one of the big targets. And third of all, we are all here to support Ukraine and to support the reconstruction. We feel all of us European citizens, and by this way we feel together to get the best for the future. Thank you very much to all panelists. Please deliver a massive thank you to all of them, and go ahead with the signature of MOUs that is going to start immediately on the stage. Thank you very much.
Can you sit, please? We're going to sit. I think you're going to sit and I'll call you. Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Yes. There is no amplification. You need to use your thing. Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon. We are going to start. Welcome. You need to wear your earphones because there is no amplification in the room. Ladies and gentlemen, very welcome to this session with a little bit of delay, but we will make it and take your time, take our time of 1 hour and 15 minutes. So very welcome to the session, United Communities and Regions, Effective Governance for Ukraine's Recovery. Ukraine recovery cannot succeed without solid, democratic and accountable governance at all levels. And what we have seen, even during the most dramatic times of the war, is that Ukrainian communities, mayors and local leaders have not only endured, but led. Decentralization has served as a driving force for the development of communities. Over the course of 11 years of reform implementation, significant progress has been achieved. A new administrative territorial setup has been established, the interbudgetary relation system has been modernized, and communities have become more accountable and closer to citizens. The full-scale invasion has impacted the course of the things, and we need to assess the state of affairs and the way forward in a context of very high challenges. The task is to translate these grassroots strengths into a national governance architecture based on decentralization, intermunicipal cooperation, and territorial diversity. Today's panel gathers really important, interesting guests from the European government, parliament, European institutions, local authorities, and international partners. As Secretary General of ALDA, the European Association for Local Democracy, I'm so honored to moderate this crucial conversation, which lies at the heart of Ukraine's path to recovery and to Europe. We will explore together the next phase of decentralization reform, tailored strategies for different territorial contexts, from coal regions to rural and mountain areas, intermunicipal cooperation and regional development tools, and the capacity to manage resources like the Ukraine facility. I would like to call on stage our fantastic guests. So I would like to call Alexei Ryabikin, Deputy Minister for Development and Communities. Alexei, come with us. I would like to call Stefano Lorusso, il sindaco di Torino. Vitaly Beskin, member of the Parliament of Ukraine. You can sit, I guess. Thank you very much. We have Mathieu Maury, Secretary General of the Congress of the Council of Europe. Here is Mathieu. Alexander Prokudin, head of the Kherson Regional State Administration. Alexander, welcome. Stefan Slöning, head of cooperation, head of unit at the EU delegation to Ukraine. Stefan, welcome. The mayor of Balta, Sergei Mazur. Here we go. Mrs. Alla Basalayeva, State Audit Service of Ukraine. Alla, welcome. And last but not least, Hailing Xu from the UNDP New York office. Very good. Very good. So we will start this conversation together with Alexei Ryabikin. Mr. Yabikin, the ministry play a crucial role in advancing Ukraine's decentralization reform and strengthening local governance as a cornerstone of the country's democratic recovery and territorial resilience. As Deputy Minister for Development and Communities and Territories, you are deeply committed to reforming Ukraine's public administration with a particular focus on decentralization and strengthening local self-governance. You are particularly emphasizing the importance of strategic planning for reconstruction and sustainable development of communities under conditions like conflicts, while actively promoting international cooperation as a key support for these efforts. So my questions will be two questions. You have your time to respond. What are the Ukrainian experience in balancing the different level of governance, the state and the local self-governments? What are the decentralization reform planned in the context of the full-scale invasion? And how should it approaches evolving to meet the challenges of the war, recovery, and European integration? The second question is more related to the question of the support to regional development in the recovery context, and in particular, if you can share to our audience the development of the public investment management. I know that, Alexei, you also have a presentation that you can manage. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Antonella. Дорогі друзі, шановні колеги.
Dear friends, dear colleagues, I'm very happy to be here. It is an honor to be speaking to you, to send this message to you about our country, about our regions and local communities. As Antonella rightfully mentioned, Ukraine is now facing extraordinary challenges related to the full-scale war. In this slide, on the screen, you can see several types of territories, such as the territories that are under temporary occupation. The territories marked in red are the areas with the current hostilities or possible hostilities, and the other part of the country, these are additional macro regions, two macro regions, central and western macro regions, where we have the relatively peaceful situation, but as you know, there is no safe place anywhere in Ukraine. All of the country, regardless of the location of the territory, is under the threat of the missile attacks and drone hits. As you can see, the number of attacks is growing. The types and numbers of the weapons are growing. We are talking about the hundreds and hundreds kinds of weapons that the enemy is sending at the territory of Ukraine, killing, destroying, and ruining the country. At the same time, however, I need to say that Ukrainian communities played a key role since the start of the full-scale aggression, because thanks God that everyone stayed put, and 99% of local self-governments were staying in the territories of their communities, and they faced the enemy. And they were not happy. The enemy was not happy, because they really managed to put them into big fear. This is the role of the local communities, of Ukrainian communities, that are fighting every day for the right to live, the right to grow, the right to live as a European country, because this is the value-based war. This is not the war for territories or for resources. This is the value-based war. This empire is trying to lure Ukraine into their claws in order to continue their influence. As far as the decentralization reform, Ukraine continues to pursue it. Ukraine is a unique country indeed in that regard, because despite the huge challenges and the millions of internal displacement, millions of refugees out of the country, despite all of that, the country continues the reform and the recovery. Why? Because we have no other choice. Reform and recovery is about people. People need to have the hope that they will soon live in the peaceful, civilized country where the European law rules, where the dignity of a human being is the highest value and nobody shall encroach it. Since we are talking about decentralization, this is the indicator that we have to deliver this year. It means that we shall be able to establish the surveillance over the legality of the decisions of local self-government. I hope that our colleagues, the members of the parliament, will pass the necessary decisions soon. Also, it is about the division of powers between the local self-governments and the executive authorities on the national level. And of course, the balance between all of the levels of power, also in the context of war, can be reached because we are running the open and equal dialogue with all of the actors. The local self-governments, the regional authorities, they are present here at this panel. They are the equal actors and stakeholders in the policy making, which means the broad communication, and it cannot always be smooth, which is normal. We have debate and discussions because the discussion generates the best solutions and answers to the questions that we face. The questions, issues, and challenges we face are coming up not every day, but every second, every moment, because the front line is moving and changing. The people keep moving. The reform continues every moment. The local self-government and the central authorities need to be able to respond to these challenges and the changes. And if it were not for the internal unity, we would not be able to respond to these challenges. I would like to express my gratitude to everyone, to the local self-government and to the central executive authorities for being there despite all of the challenges and issues. We managed to strike the common denominator. We continue to grow, to develop, to defend our country. And I would like to express the gratitude to our international, well, I wouldn't say partners, but friends, the friends who are helping us in implementing the reform. It is for your support and assistance that we can keep going. Thank you.
I'll give the floor now to Stefano Lorusso, però devo parlare in italiano a questo punto. Benvenuto.
I will speak in Italian now. Dear Stefano Lorusso, the mayor of Turin, one of the biggest metropolitan areas of Italy, with a rich history of democratic governance, with citizen participation, international collaboration. For us Italians, we are aware of how important Turin is from so many perspectives, but he is also working with Ukraine, especially with Lviv and Kharkiv. And I have two questions for you. The first one concerns the governance approach in Italy for your city. How does Turin, in terms of governance and involving at multiple levels citizens, tries to handle everyday's problems and the many crises that we face in Italy? What are your governance solutions? And the second question, of course, is how can we contribute to help your Ukrainian colleagues to face their challenges, especially when it comes to creating governance at different levels with the cities? Thank you very much. First of all, hello everyone. Good morning. I am very glad to be here today. Of course, because I'm here as the mayor of Turin, I'm also here representing some of my colleagues here, like the mayor of Bergamo, the colleague from Bari, and Verona. They're all here in the audience, and I'd like to start from this idea that the challenge that we're currently facing today here in Italy, and the one that Ukraine is facing, is to turn a tragedy into an opportunity for rebirth and growth. Now, I think that is the founding element of this conference, which I believe needs to somehow engage the central topic from my perspective. And I think that many colleagues and fellow mayors agree with my assessment, is the aggression not as much to a single country, but to the whole European Union. I'm very happy to hear the words that have been said that Ukraine is going to enter the EU fully. The aggression to Ukraine is an aggression to the eastern boundaries of the EU, so decentralization is a topic here, and it becomes a direct topic. Europe is a splendid idea. It was born in a moment after the Second World War, and it had the ability to create the economic and social cohesion development capabilities for an entire continent, and I believe that the integration process is somehow irreversible, so to speak. Now, within this framework, the central power and regional and local authorities division is crucial. Why? Out of a functional perspective. Italy, by definition, and those who know the country know this well, is the country of municipalities. We have 1,000 years worth of history of municipalities, and the cities are part of our history. So municipalities are crucial, not just when it comes to administration processes, but also at an institutional level. Hence, I believe that within a framework of European legal settings, subsidiarity is a central topic, and I believe that helping Ukraine with a reform of their asset is a fundamental step towards creating a new model with a split between centralized and decentralized power. There have to be the logistical circumstances to invest in the reconstruction of the country, sure, but this is true today more than ever, since we're living in an era where even the cohesion funds at the European level and the whole array of challenges Europe had to be faced needs cities as a central player for the economic perspective. And sometimes, municipalities are more efficient than a centralized government. The bond we share with our citizens is closer. They can come to us as mayors. They can talk to us much easier than with the president of a country. So local administrators are usually at the forefront, and they're maybe also a bit more in tune with the needs of the population. Hence, I think that the Italian experience might be a great model. Of course, not the only model. It's not exclusive. There are others in Europe, but it's a good reference for Ukraine and for Ukrainian authorities for a reform process that sees in this separation of central and local administrations a new dimension. And to sum it up, that works for both institutional elements, so how institutional power is structured, where the competences lay, but this works also for essential services like public transport, water supply, clean and fresh water, and service networks such as digital services. And those are all things that towns and cities are very much capable of doing, and even more efficient than other actors. So I sincerely hope that this element that might appear to be secondary in nature, it is actually of primary importance, and it might be recognized as such. because creating an institutional architecture that is based on local autonomy is, from our perspective and based on our experience, very crucial. We see this as mayors in Italy every day. The way we use European funds and funding, it's a great example, and it's a great way to integrate Ukraine further into Europe. Perfect. Thank you very much. Big round of applause. I think that
Now we have the possibility to give the floor to a member of the parliament who is indeed working on the legal infrastructure of decentralization. Vitaly Bezgin is a member of the Verkhovna Rada, is working in the Community on State Building, Local Self-Government, Regional and Urban Development. And he has been really instrumental in steering the decentralization reform. So, Mr. Bezgin, you have two questions for you. What is the current track in the Parliament of Ukraine regarding decentralization reform? Update our people here. And what should the legislative framework for local government and regional policy evolve to effectively address the challenges of recovery, particularly maybe in understanding and tackling the territorial diversity of Ukraine? And what is, if you can also touch upon the issue of the transformation, just transformation, meaning reducing regional disparities, which are, of course, are a big challenges is most of the countries of the people represented here, but maybe more for Ukraine. So, Vitaly, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you. Hello for everyone. First of all, many thanks for the option to be the part of this discussion. And of course, many thanks for our European colleagues, especially right now Italian colleagues, for the great support of us at the state and the full-scale war at the state who defends all the Europe here from Russian autocracy. I'll try to answer from general things to concrete. If we are talking about general, I think that really Ukraine is an unfortunately unique example. We got more than 11 years of war with Russia, and we got more than 11 years of decentralization. We got 5 years of new territorial structure, but in these 5 years we got more than 3 years of full-scale invasion. So of course it's difficulties, of course it's challenge for our, first of all, municipalities, regions. And I think that it's not only the challenge, but it's also our unique option to improve this knowledge. Because honestly, right here in this panel, we got, for example, head of the Kherson Regional Military Administration. We got guys from Kharkiv region, Mykolaiv region, and I mean it's a unique way of management. We got this symbiotic system of decentralized municipalities, communities, but in a parallel way we got our state administrations. And in my point of view, without this balance, that'll be much more difficult to be stable in a period of full-scale war. Of course, when we are talking about such conferences, and even when we are talking about the parliamentarian track, we're not just talking about the support from the international partners. We're also talking about the promotion of our knowledge. Because honestly, any country right now must be ready, must have a part of preparation for potential risks from the Russian side. And of course, Ukraine got this knowledge that's important. If we are talking about track of decentralization right now, I think we got, of course, few general priorities. First of all, it's cooperation and our, first of all, international cooperation. And I think that this our discussion on this great event is also a result of this, and also cooperation inside the country, because different regions, different challenges. I think everyone in this room knows that, for example, in Kherson, Kharkiv, or in Lviv, totally different challenges. In one region, you got challenges of safety. In another, you got challenges of refugees, challenges of IDPs, and so on. But that's also an experience. Unfortunately, not good experience, but also experience how to manage the territory in such crisis situation. So, of course, previous year, we even found our few new subcommittees in the parliament. One focused on the questions of cooperation, and another focused on the question of deoccupied and temporary occupied territories. Because these territories need their own new model of the transition period. How to go back when you're near the front line with Russia from the military administration to the civil local self-government. Of course, we need this period, and of course, we need to build this new model. Because honestly, even if you're talking about European history, examples, for example, Croatia or Bosnia, I don't think so. Because the size of our war conflict with Russia, I mean, it's quite horrible and it's a disaster. So that's two tracks. And of course, important thing, it's a question of Ukraine facility. And my colleague, Deputy Minister Alexei Rybikin said about it. Of course, it's the question of supervision. And for us, it's not about the pressure from the side of the central government. It's first of all about transparency. Of course, we must understand that without transparency, without transparent acts, you got no chance to work with European investors. And that's important for our communities, not just to sign an agreement, but also get a realistic investor who will be the part of the future infrastructure on such region. Of course, right now we are talking also about the right side of Dnipro River, but in the future there's also about Kharkiv or in other regions. So transparency is important. And one more important thing, it's about delimitation of powers between the levels of government. In Ukraine we got such challenge, got such problem, and for us it's not just an indicator in the Ukraine facility plan. Of course, it's about our macro-financial stability, but honestly, it's, indicator of normal mind, because any country needs such proportion, subsidiarity between the levels, and of course, Ukraine needs to do this way. About next steps, I think one more point that decentralization is about few things. It's also about resources, it's about influence, but also it's, of course, about responsibility. And it's about responsibility not in cooperation between central and local authorities. It's first of all about responsibility in communication with citizens. So one step back, also we will need to talk about transparency. But in such digitalized country as Ukraine, I think we got a lot of instruments to be successful and to be number one also in Europe. And if we are talking about number one, in the first part of my speech I said that 5 years ago, in 1 week, that'll be 5 years, then we provide our new territorial structure, amalgamation. We go from 11,000 of small villages to 1,470 strong municipalities, strong communities. And I think it's also a unique example, because maybe unfortunately, but a lot of EU member states got no such knowledge. And these, our communities right now, of course, it's our shield and the war with Russia, but it's also European shield. So, of course, we need support, but we also not going just to talk about European resources, but we also want to talk about our knowledge, because we think that we are the strongest than more than European countries. And of course, we are ready to defend more and more. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Thank you very much, Vitaly. A lot of information which I'm sure are really important for our audience to understand the state of affairs and the challenges ahead of that. I'm very pleased and honored to give the floor to Mathieu Maury. Mathieu is the Secretary General of the Congress of the Local and Regional Authorities of the Council of Europe, steadfast advocate for Ukraine's local government's reform. He has been actively supported the development and adoption of the new law, the new Ukrainian law on local democracy. He's also facilitated the revision of Ukraine's 2014 decentralization concept. Here, the Congress, which is here represented by Mathieu, as a champion, a tool like the Register of Damages, helping municipalities submit claims for reconstruction and ensuring local and regional authorities at the core of Ukraine democratic resilience. Mathieu, also for you, 2 questions. So what is the role of the Congress in supporting democratic governance during Ukraine's recovery? And what key recommendations should be embedded in Ukraine's future local governance architecture? In particular, of course, in our event, in our panel, what is the balance between the levels and the transparency and the civic engagement? So I give you the floor for your minutes.
Thank you, dear Antonella. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to start by reminding that Ukraine has been a member now of the Council of Europe for 30 years. So we've worked together for 30 years at increasing democratic security of Ukraine, which involves decentralization, good governance. And this is terribly important because we need to treat, I believe, democratic security as seriously as any military threat. And Ukraine has shown great leadership in the last 30 years and today at increasing democratic security. You mentioned it. We were there in 2014 and we accompanied Ukraine in 2014 when the first decentralization laws were passed, and they are still considered today as being the most important reform in modern Ukraine. And we are of course here today to continue to help at developing decentralization. I think war has really changed everything, because something that might have appeared something technical like decentralization, everyone recognized when the war started how important it was to have mayors in charge of their community and which had the powers and the means to protect their community. Now, we are working, I was going to say almost on a daily basis. I'm sure Mr. Bezgin, Mr. Rybikin are fed up of me and my colleagues because we meet every other week. But we are working very hard together in order to update this concept of decentralization from 2014, because we need, when the time has come, to be able to go back to fully fledged decentralization. And I can give you a very concrete example. I was meeting this morning with my colleague, the governor of the Bank of the Council of Europe, and he was telling me, we are following very closely the work you are doing on decentralization, because at the moment, the bank, we cannot loan money directly to the local authorities because they don't have the capacity at the moment to absorb our ways of working. So if you have a better decentralization, we will be able to loan money to local authorities. So it's a very important issue. It sounds sometimes technical, but it's not. And I'm very glad, because we feel throughout the many meetings we have that there is a strong political will at all levels, at the parliament, at the government, among the four national associations of local authorities. There is a strong forward, and following the last meeting was actually last Friday in Ukraine, and there will be other meetings between now and the end of the year. Are indeed working with all Ukrainian authorities on the following. As Member of Parliament Bezgin mentioned, we are currently discussing the transition from military to civilian administrations. When the times come, this is something that needs to be prepared today. We are also working very closely at establishing a balanced oversight mechanisms between the central government and local authorities. We want to make sure that there is a clear division of competences, you also mentioned it, between the different levels of government. We are here also to boost intermunicipal cooperation, and we are so glad that last month amendments to the 2014 laws were introduced that will facilitate this intermunicipal cooperation, deepen, of course, civic engagement, and ensure transparency and accountability. So if I should sum up, I would probably say that what seems sometimes as technical fixes and technical topics are actually here for the democratic renewal of the country. And as always, the Council of Europe and its Congress of Local and Regional Authorities, we are here to continue helping our long-term partners. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mathieu. Also for the long-standing contribution to these issues in Ukraine, and not only. I would like to give the floor now to Alexander Prokudin, but I would like to mention to Mr. Zhu that you will be next, because I know that you are under time pressure. So I'll give the floor to now first to Mr. Prokudin, but then I'll give you the floor, Mr. Zhu, so that you can go to your next panel. Alexander Prokudin has a very difficult job. He is the head of the Kherson Regional State Administration. Of course, this is an administration under pressure, one of the most affected frontline areas. Despite continuous shelling, occupation of part of the territory and destruction of basic infrastructure, the region has pioneered some of the most innovative crisis governance solutions in Ukraine. From underground hospital and demining system to real-time civil-military coordination. Here is an intervention, and we are going to talk, he will tell us more about the creation of implementation of civil-military governance model in a frontline region. So, Mr. Prokudin, we have two questions for you. I know that you have also some slides, and that's very welcome. Do you have your system? Yes? Okay, good. Which elements of Kherson crisis management experience do you consider the most effective and useful and that you want to share with the audience? How have these solutions helped communities to cope with the war challenges? In your opinion, what is the long-term value of Kherson wartime governance experience and how can it be used to strengthen the resilience of communities in the future? I'm very honored to give you the floor.
Dear colleagues, partners and friends, it is a big honor to speak on behalf of Kherson, a region that has become a symbol of both destruction and resilience. We are still a frontline region. People here live under constant threat from shelling, drones and airstrikes. Many towns and villages have been destroyed, more than 36,000 civilian buildings, schools, kindergartens and hospitals. Since the liberation of the right bank, Russia has fired over 600,000 shells. As a result, almost 1,000 people were killed, including 16 children. About 5,200 people were injured, including 160 children. Since August 2024, drone attacks have increased. We faced around 3,000 drone strikes weekly. But life in Kherson never stopped. We didn't give up, we didn't leave. We adapted, resisted, and learned. That is why I'm here not only to ask for help, but also to share something in return. Because Kherson has something unique. Real experience, tested and painful, that can help others. We have created a program called Civil Military Administration in the Condition of Modern War. It is not theory, it is real lessons from daily life under fire. It shows how to counter enemy drones when Russians keep terrorizing civilians. We built a special three-level defense system like an electronic wall working on 15 frequencies at the same time. This lets us bring down many types of drones, from Mavics on FPVs. Protecting the region from drones attacks is a constant tech battle, more like Star Wars than real life. For example, we use big drones with hooks to catch Russian fiber optic UAVs. It shows how to provide medical care when Russians keep targeting hospitals. Our main focus is safety. In the region, 11 underground hospitals are already working, and 11 more are being prepared. For example, our regional hospital was shelled over 20 times, but last year, 100 doctors did 1,100 heart operations. To compare, one of the top hospitals in Lithuania, Vilnius University Hospital, Santaros Klinikos, with 1,400 doctors performed over 1,000 heart surgeries. But their region has 1 million people. That's 6 times more than we have now. It shows how to get children back to school despite constant attack. Kids are our future, and they need a safe place to learn and grow. We set up mixed classes in shelters for 5 schools and 1 kindergarten. This year we plan to reopen 8 more schools. We are building protection there now. It shows how to restore power and protect energy infrastructure. You must understand, critical infrastructure is the enemy's top target. I don't want to scare anyone, but if war comes, your energy system will be destroyed immediately. Without electricity, there is no communication, no function, hospitals, no electronic warfare system, nothing works. In our case, critical sites are physically protected, covered with nets, and defended by mobile fire units and electronic warfare. We have laid backup power lines, hidden communication system underground, and equipped every critical facility with the backup generators. So this process must start now. There are just examples. We have our own way for each sphere. Let me be honest. If we had such recommendation in 2022, things could be different. But back then, no one told us what to do. We had to create this guide ourselves through losses, risk, and mistakes, paying a high price for each step. This program is underway. Together with the governments of Lithuania and Sweden, we have begun training their civil servants, emergency responders, and local leaders. What happened to Kherson could be happening anywhere. Perhaps in a different form, but with the same losses if we are not prepared. We want our pain to have meaning. We want our lessons to save lives. Let's turn this experience into strength. Let's build a Europe where no region has to learn the way we did. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for your solidarity. And thank you for giving Kherson a voice. Slava Ukraini!
Героям слава! Thank you very much, Alexander. Very powerful presentation. I would ask the patience of our other speakers, but I would like to give the floor to Mr. Ailiang Siu from UNDP, because he has another panel coming up soon, and I don't want to put him too much under pressure. Mr. Siu, thank you very much. You are UNDP Associate Administrator and Acting Administrator. You come straight from New York, so very welcome here in Italy. What are the UNDP's strategic priorities in supporting local and regional governance in Ukraine? Of course, we are all familiar with the work of UNDP, and many of us are working with this structure, but let us know more. What are the future steps? Indeed, like 2 priorities targets for the next phase, particularly in terms of institutional capacity, civic participation, and integrated development planning. You have the floor.
Much, Antonella. Really appreciate this opportunity to speak. It's really gratifying to hear from the Deputy Minister, from the parliamentarians, and to hear the story of the Kherson, heroic story of the Kherson. Plus, of course, the international experience from touring and the Council of Europe. And for UNDP, I think we recognize that to achieve national development goals, ultimately, you need local actions. Right? Without local actions, national objectives will not be achieved. But to have this development happen, I think it's critical that you align local actions to national objectives. I think that this is what we're trying to do with the Ministry of Development and the communities, right? Because at the national level, you have national objectives, national plans, national goals. But how can this be translated into actions at the local level, regional level, and the community level? I think this is what we're trying to achieve, right? So, what we're trying to do is to really promote this system-based and a long-term recovery approach that empowers, all actors, all stakeholders, right, from the central government to local authorities, civil society, private sector, and citizen groups. So this is a central approach, is how we try to do it. And specifically, we have a local area-based programming tool that focuses on, for us, right, the reconstruction, returns, resilience, and reforms, right? Because, all this, needs to take place at the same time. Even the war goes on, these activities needs to take place concurrently. And more specifically, what does it mean, right? What are we doing, right, through our local program? So this includes, for example, the planning framework, right? The planning, from connecting planning to financing to governance, because each of these needs to work, right? And there's a governance reform, infrastructure restoration, right? Economic revitalization, prioritizing gender equality, climate actions, right? And also community and resilience, right? And equitable, sustainable, activities, right? So just some examples very quickly, right? I visited Ukraine twice in the last 6 months, and I went to a number of local activities, localities. During my last trip, I went to Mykolaiv, right? And what are we doing, right? So we have a set of activities from supporting local government capacities so that they can do planning effectively, right? I'm sure, the EU ambassador will talk about the Europe for, recovery initiative, right? The next phase, right? Because the next, source of funding is the EU, facilities. So how can we build the capacity locally today to be ready to generate ideas, pipelines, and with the transparency and accountability to access EU funding? So this is one of the areas of work we do to support the local government capacity development. Yesterday I saw a government system called DREAMS, right, for local public administration, systems. Now we're working with the government to support the local communities to put their ideas, projects into the system. And the deputy minister talked about shoulder to shoulder, right? This, United Community Initiative. We're working with the ministry, right, to facilitate, this kind of matching, right, between communities to help each other, right? And I think the mayor of, Kherson talked about energy, right? And we're working with the government. I met the Minister of Energy today, right? And with the support of donors, we're implementing major initiatives to build the resilience of energy systems to have distributed capacity at the local level, right? And we're working with the, EIB funding, right, with the government funding, right? But we're facilitating local infrastructure, more than 300 local infrastructures, health, schools, and the public buildings, service stations, right, at the local level, right? And so the list can go on. In Mykolaiv, I went to a local skills development school, the vocational school, where we're training the next generation of young people, right, to be, electricians, for example, right? We're working with the local private sector, which provided equipment for training of tractor drivers, for women, local women, to be, the job, seekers, in this market, right? So I think this is some the approach examples. So we're essentially working with the government at all levels to build the capacity to connect, national planning to local capacity, and have concrete initiatives to support what I said: reconstruction, returns, resilience, and reforms at the same time. So these are in short, what we're trying to achieve. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Su, for being with us and also for this very inspiring and important example that you brought. I would like now to give the floor to an important partner of all of us, the representative from the European Commission. We have with us Stefan Schlöning. Mr. Schlöning is head of cooperation unit at the EU delegation in Ukraine since 2023 and a long experience in cooperation countries. We know how much the European Union and the European Commission is crucial in the development of governance and not only in Ukraine. So, Mr. Schlöning, I will give you the floor for 2 questions. I don't see you, but yes, here we go. What financial and tactical instruments are currently available to Ukrainian municipalities and region, especially a little bit to articulate what is possible within Ukraine facility and the big plan that was also announced yesterday, this EU for reconstruction. Of course, this is of interest of all of us and many of our participants. And how does, maybe a more tricky question, so how do you assess the capacity of local authorities to manage EU funds and recovery projects? And how do you see the institutional preconditions? And I think that someone mentioned that before, you know, to preconditions which are critical to strengthen subnational governance. So Stefan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Antonella. Hello, friends, colleagues. Very happy to see many familiar faces from Kiev. Let me start with 2 quick points before starting with a tricky question, Antonella. So the first, you know, I remember attending my first URC a couple of years ago in Copenhagen. I think it was the second. At the time, you know, the R in URC stood for reforms. Then after the start of the full-scale invasion, we changed it to recovery. And while the focus rightly is now on recovery, reforms have continued at a very high speed. So I think this cannot be said often enough, that even at the conditions of the full-scale war of aggression, Ukraine is continuing with very impressive reforms. And for the European Union, let me just say we are, of course, providing a lot of support from Brussels. Many of my colleagues, our president was here, commissioners, but we also have a big team on the ground in Kiev that is experiencing day-to-day, you know, the conditions under which all these reforms are carried out, but also all the hardship that comes with it. Now, on the reform, as has been said, I will be brief. I think decentralization reform is often referred to as the most important, the most successful reform after the Revolution of Dignity in 2014. I think we have seen a very deep transformation of local governments. We have seen consolidation of territorial structures, rights transfer to the local level, in a whole range of sectors, you know, education, health, social services. So that puts the local level, the regional level, in a very good place to play a key role in Ukraine's recovery and reconstruction. Of course, at the same time, there are constraints faced by communities, and they are worsened by the effects of the war. We have a loss of manpower and expertise. We have a reduction of tax revenues, and we have a strain on services due to the influx of IDPs. And last but not least, of course, very huge critical reconstruction needs stemming from the war damages. Now, moving ahead, you know, Ukraine is in the process of obtaining EU membership, hopefully soon. There are a couple of key reforms ahead that are very important. They are linked also to the Ukraine facility, but of course, most importantly, they are for the benefit of Ukrainian citizens themselves to complete the decentralization reform. Again, my colleagues and previous speakers referred to many. We need to further clarify, delineate the powers between the different levels of government. We need to establish the further streamlined and coordinated strategic planning architecture across all levels of government. That will be very important also in the context of the public investment management system that we have put in place. And we have to ensure that local governments can access financing to cover their needs. And that includes stable own resources. It includes well-calibrated and designed budget transfer mechanisms. And with regard to the latter, we believe that the State Fund for Regional Development has a very good potential to become a key instrument in that context. Now, turning to your second question, Antonella, the financing instruments that the EU is providing, we have the Ukraine facility that is, I think, covering all the key needs. So access to finance, loans, technical expertise, and peer-to-peer partnerships. So very briefly on these three main pillars, we have the Ukraine investment framework. We are providing loans, blended finance, guarantees in close partnership with our friends from the international financial institutions, the EIB, the EBRD, the World Bank Group, but also, of course, the development banks from our member states, AfD, KfW, NEFCO, to name just a few. The total capacity of the investment framework amounts to almost 10 billion euro, and we believe that this will leverage close to or even more than 40 billion over the coming years. Under the Ukraine investment framework, municipalities, communities have access to loans under very favorable conditions, concessional finance, so loans coupled with investment grants and technical assistance. Then in terms of the partnerships and the technical assistance we are providing, I would like to highlight in particular two key programs here. One is our long-standing Team Europe program, You Lead with Europe, implemented by Germany, GIZ, but with many other member states playing a very important role. Denmark, Poland, France recently joined, Slovenia, Estonia. So that's a key flagship program. And then indeed, as you said, EU for Recovery, a very strong partnership with UNDP that we are scaling up in the coming years, and that is absolutely instrumental, in particular in the areas close to the front line. And we are very happy to work closely with you and UNDP colleagues in Ukraine. And lastly, peer-to-peer partnerships. I mean, just before that panel today here at URC, we celebrated, we launched the start of yet another initiative, the Partnership Hub, to further strengthen peer-to-peer cooperation between municipalities, cities in Ukraine and the European Union. So we are working at all these levels. And very last remark, indeed, EU for Reconstruction, a new flagship that we launched yesterday, with Vice Prime Minister Kuleba. We have 4 member states, Germany, France, Lithuania, and Denmark, teaming up here. EU for Reconstruction will work with the Ministry of Restoration, the State Agency for Reconstruction, but also with local governments across the country to really lead the support efforts to the reconstruction and recovery process. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Schlöning. We are continuing our session for another 10 minutes at least. Yeah, thank you very much. We started 20 minutes late, so we still have 13 minutes to go. So I'm very happy to give the floor to a mayor. So we have Sergei Mazur, who is the mayor of Balta, a city in Odessa region, which is, of course, as you know, southwestern of Ukraine. And he will tell us more about his capacity to deal with struggles today as a mayor of a relatively small community. So, Mr. Mayor, what mechanism of intermunicipal cooperation have you implemented in your Hamada, and which of them have to prove to be the most effective for joining resources? And what do you expect from national authorities and international partners to scale up the successful of local practices? So, Mr. Mazur, you have the floor. He's thinking.
Дякую. Вітаю всіх.
Thank you very much, and greetings to everybody. But first, if you allow just a few things about decentralization. If you look back to 2010, when I just was elected the city mayor, and then in 2015, as you know, we've gone into the full-fledged decentralization reform, and that's where our community was one of the first one to support reform. And then in 2020, Parliament just finalized some technicalities of the decentralization reform, and we had another round of elections. So when we talk about 2010, 2015, those were just some stable years of post-Soviet administration. But then starting with 2015 and going on, those are just new era of access to resources and also accountability. And this is exactly when, in fact, when we kind of, on that background, we went into 2022. So along with the people's strong will of our community and all the people of Ukraine, kind of on the foundations of that decentralization and the resources that we've had and the administration resource, and together with the armed forces of Ukraine, we faced and resisted the enemy. Yes, of course, we have enjoyed some partnership with other countries, but mostly kind of cultural partnerships or maybe an exchange of experience and expertise. However, it still has given us some background to move on in the full-scale invasion, and also gave us opportunity to have to receive some huge humanitarian aid, which obviously was sent to some really difficult areas in Ukraine, especially in the combat areas, but also on the frontline regions. And thanks to our partners, we have been able to implement various social projects during the full-scale invasion. And those projects were implemented in the times that were most difficult for Ukraine. And what we've observed in the last 2 years is we've enjoyed this stable and indeed really good relations with our partners. And today I would like to focus on the following. Indeed, like you've already heard, there's no safe space in Ukraine any longer in Ukraine, and yet it is quite economically profitable to invest into Ukraine, because this is the place for new jobs. Irrespective of all the risks, we see that there is great profitability and return on investment. Especially if we talk about the development of smaller cities. Unfortunately, the microphone is not working. So when we look at the investments or the direct investments going directly into smaller municipalities to develop various areas in those municipalities, they're very effective. They definitely give their own results because people remain, they stay in those cities. Then also, speaking of coordination, I would like to give you one example. For example, if we look at last year and also this year, our Ministry of Development of Communities and Territories of Ukraine, they've launched a bid, several bids in fact, and our community, quite a few of those tenders. And in the understanding and in the context of the resources and what we've had, we understand that there are some projects that we can implement quite well. We speak here about maybe hospitals or schools or some other facilities of social significance. And because we understand those are the facilities that can be implemented quite quickly, even as the legislation being changed. Yes, this is true that we are going through some difficult times. We face challenges daily, and we have to respond to them quickly. However, when we work cohesively, we see results. And recently I had a visit to Germany. And as of today, Germany enjoys 250 various partnerships, kind of twinning partnerships. And they believe by the end of the year, they'll have about 1,000 German and Ukrainian partnerships. And so I would like to thank Italy and Italian people for supporting our country. I would like to thank the specific Italian municipalities that are already supporting Ukrainian cities and towns. For example, our town of Balta doesn't have an Italian twin city, so we would like to embrace that partnership. We are open, and we would be grateful for that kind of cooperation. And it is very important to understand that Ukraine is not just fighting for itself. We are, in fact, fighting to help Europe. And yes, indeed, we are very grateful to you as our friends, and yet we do call upon you to invest and to become our reliable European partners. And I believe this is possible. Glory to Ukraine.
Good, very powerful speech indeed. We will give the floor to our last but not least speaker, Alla Basalayeva. Mrs. Basalayeva is the head of the State Audit Service of Ukraine. So this is a framework work that she is running to accompany, of course, the ongoing process of integration of Ukraine to Europe and promoting key reform on international cooperation to assure accountability and fighting corruption. So Mrs. Basalayeva, and I ask you full attention. I know that we are at the end of our session, but still another 6 minutes of your attention. So what audit and control instruments are in place to monitor the implementation of recovery-related projects at local level? And what are the systemic challenges remaining to ensure transparency, integrity, and compliance with donors' requirements? So Mrs. Basalayeva, you have the full attention of the room.
Thank you very much. Шановні пані та панове.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, friends, colleagues, I'm very grateful to each and one of you for the opportunity provided to me to speak before a multi-level system of control and supervision. It is a very distributed system. We have various offices in every single region of Ukraine, and that allows us to ensure a very effective control. Also, during this couple of days, I've been talking to my colleagues and, in fact, also speaking with the governments and mayors in Ukraine. They know that there is no abuse on the part of the State Audit Service, and my colleagues can assure you of that. So speaking of our audits, this is definitely a key tool of control. When we carry out audits, the main goal here, or the main task, is not in fact to find or reveal violations, but just to see how effective the administrative decisions are. We also carried inspections and audits, and it is during these inspections when, in fact, we may find or reveal various violations that we have to deal with. And then what we also do is we also check procurement. So we go through various contracts and see how effective they are. And probably another good and reliable and effective or preventive tool is also the monitoring of procurement. And the monitoring allows us, in fact, to see violations prior to concluding agreements or prior to the fulfillment of the agreements. This also allows us to be quite responsive, whether it's from ex-ante inspections or post-evaluation of the use of funds. So within the Ukraine facility program, we understand that, of course, State Audit Service is the key body, because we have to evaluate and audit a great amount of the funds allocated to rebuilding schools or shelters. And our state, in fact, not only just reveals, but in fact prevents any abuse or maybe misuse or lack of effective use of funds. And here also would like to speak about some other aspect of our activity, which is international.
Anti-fraud coordination service.
Our agency also has the mandate of the Anti-Fraud Coordination Service. We have enjoyed this mandate for a year now, and also we back the European agency, OLAF, for anti-fraud activities. We are coordinating the activities of the Ukrainian government and law enforcement bodies. This mechanism allows creating the additional subnational control level. This is the key guarantee for the protection of the investment of European partners. The second question you asked, I believe, is no less important, about the structural challenges on the path to the complete transparencies and integrity according to the donors' requirements. Our experience of controlling measures allows us to identify three key issues. Number one is about the strategic planning and prioritization. Unfortunately, our auditors document the lack of transparent criteria selecting the reconstruction facilities, reconstruction objects, which will inevitably lead to the non-transparent allocation of resources that were meant for recovery. Number two is about the quality and the cost of construction. One of the key issues that the auditors keep identifying is the direct link of the low quality of the project documentation and the unsubstantiated, exaggerated construction cost. Besides, there is no transparent, legally regulated mechanism of cost estimate and also including some of the hidden services into the cost, which is also disrupting understanding of the cost estimate of the reconstruction objects. We are cooperating with the ministry in that regard, and I'm grateful to the relevant sectoral ministry for their support. This is the Ministry for the Reconstruction, and the Deputy Minister present here also facilitates this effort, and we have some constructive arrangements. The activity and functioning of our auditors service is not only about identifying the violations or shortcomings. We also need to find the solutions and recommendations to the government. Mostly the government accepts these recommendations, and they lay the basis of our future joint steps for the legislative initiatives, for the new draft laws. All of these stem from our recommendations based on our inspection activities. To conclude, I would like to announce that yesterday we signed the agreement with the European Investment Bank, and we are grateful for their trust. We hope for further close cooperation. The State Auditing Service has been a reliable partner in ensuring the transparent and efficient recovery of Ukraine. Thank you for your attention.
The end of our panel. I would like to have a big round of applause for our panelists. Please do. Thank you very much. It was really informative. I think that we can conclude that governance at the local level is key for resilience, and you understood how our resilience, our mayors and the local and regional authorities in Ukraine, and that will be the pace for the recovery and for the future. So that is a fundamental instrument. It's not only details, you know, in legislation, but this is a framework that will help for the future until the very soon Ukraine victory and recovery. Thank you very much.
So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this panel about transparency and accountability in Ukraine's reconstruction. I know it's quite late in a sense of the URC conference, but I hope that you can keep it going for a couple of more hours and at least an hour and 15 minutes with the panel you have here in front of you. My name is Allan Christensen. I'm head of the EU Anti-Corruption Initiative in Ukraine, and I will be the moderator of this panel. So the theme of this panel has been high on the URC agenda since Lugano in summer 22, and I think we have all heard about the Lugano principles. One of them has to do with exactly the theme of our panel today. And transparency and accountability in reconstruction is on the agenda for a good reason. Because without transparency and accountability, we will not have a reconstruction process that people can trust, that the internationals can trust. And without trust, the reconstruction will not become a success. Fortunately, Ukraine has done a lot of progress since Lugano in 22. And I can confirm that progress because as head of the UACI, I know that we have been supporting many of these developments that have happened and closely followed what the Ukrainian authorities has done in the field of reconstruction. Let me also say, as someone placed in Kiev and following developments closely in Ukraine, it is quite impressive that on the one hand you have a society that is struggling with this horrific war of Russia, and at the same time doing all they can to prepare for transparent, effective reconstruction. And I think that's actually very impressive and something we should truly appreciate. We have an important panel with us today that both represent the Ukrainian government, the civil society, some of the masters behind some of the digital platforms that have been developed. We also have important international partners here, including from the host country, Italy, and also from other countries and international organizations providing support to Ukraine. So I think I can promise you some insightful and interesting presentations, hopefully a good discussion. I hope in the end there will be time available for questions from the audience. We haven't had much time during the URC for reaching out to you. I hope we will find time today. So we will divide the panel in three parts. The first will be about what Ukraine has done in order to promote transparency and accountability, and what are the plans for the future. The second part will be about how Ukraine can be inspired by others, and in this connection, especially Italian panelists. And third, the important voice of the international community. I will give each panelist like 4 or 5 minutes for presentation, and I've provided some guiding questions that I will ask. And then we'll open up for discussion within the panel and with you, if time allow, and I will also allow myself to jump in with some questions on the way. So, allow me to start with the Ukrainian perspective, and I'm really pleased that we have the Deputy Minister for Development of Communities and Territories of Ukraine, Marina Denishuk, with us. The ministry was created back in December 22, and the ministry has come quite far in working with transparency and accountability. Marina Denishuk joined the ministry in October last year and has played also an important role in developing the Ukraine recovery plan back in 22, and has throughout the years worked with infrastructure and energy. So she is well placed to give us a briefing today. So, Marina, I would like to hear from you. What are the concrete efforts and tools that the Ukrainian government so far have introduced to build a transparent and accountable recovery? And what more do you think will be needed in the months and years to come? The floor is yours.
Thank you for the question. Dear audience, thank you for joining this vital discussion. you're not so much people here, but I think online we have a lot of. And here on the screen, you now can see the reconstruction process in a lifetime. Would like to show you that we are, even when we here in the URC, our reconstructions is ongoing. The ministry is focusing on the coordinating strategic efforts to ensure the inclusive, transparent, and effective recovery process across Ukraine. I am actually responsible for the investment policy in the ministry side, and when we're talking about the investments, it means about the trust. Trust, it's a part of transparency and accountability of reconstruction. In recent years, Ukraine has defended its sovereignty and begun shaping a more resilient, inclusive, and transparent recovery system. We see this not just a rebuilding, but as an opportunity to build back better. And let me briefly highlight the key tools that ensure the recovery funds are used efficiently, transparently, and with a real impact for the both citizens and international partners. Results of the ministry anti-corruption efforts, I can briefly describe it. Since 2023, the ministry has taken consistent steps to strengthen its anti-corruption policies and practices. We are conducting the comprehensive risk assessment and adopting the formal anti-corruption program. We are launching the number of initiatives, including the dedicated learning strategy and 2 years training program to help build internal compliance systems and deliver anti-corruption education. In cooperation with partners organization under the Integrity House project, a professional training program was developed for specialists responsible for anti-corruption efforts within central and local executive authorities as well as the municipalities. An initial assessment of anti-corruption capacity was conducted for local governments, followed by the online course completed by over 2,080 participants. More than 3,000 representatives of local self-government bodies have received training on anti-corruption issues. These efforts demonstrate our commitment to ensuring the recovery is not only efficient and inclusive, but also based on the foundation of trust, ethical conduct, and public accountability. One of the main instruments for the anti-corruption instrument and the instrument for transparency and accountability is digital systems and digital platforms. We have the DREAM system. It's Ukrainian National Digital Platform for Planning, Coordinating, and Monitoring Reform Project. I will not stop here because we have the head of the DREAM developers, Nestule here, and will be the speaker on this panel, and he'll describe more deeply about the system and the instruments inside the system that support the recovery. But I would like to mention that in our European Investment Bank's program, the EIB 100 million support via the DREAM platform under the Ukraine Recovery 3 program is enabling the reconstruction of critical infrastructure across 110 communities. We use the DREAM platform for selection of the projects in our IFIS project. It means we want to be the absolutely transparent for our partners, even in selection of the project, sub-project in our big IFIS project. Based on the principle, everyone sees everything, works this system. I would like to mention here the transparency of agency of restoration, because it's agency of restoration for us, it's an implementing agency for all reconstruction, government reconstruction and recovery projects. That is why it's so important to us to create comprehensive transparent system in the agency of restoration. From this actually, last year we just launched the advisory board. The advisory board provides independent oversight and expert recommendation to ensure transparency in decision making. We already launched this advisory board under the Ukraine donor platform, and we have the couple of experts already on board, and others joined this platform a little bit later. Actually in a month, and 3 experts already working there, and they are working on the water sector, because right now, and you can see maybe, not here, but we just, in a year, we construct the water pipeline for Mykolaiv city for the approximately 1 million people. Yeah. You can see it here, maybe somewhere, Mykolaiv, water system, Mykolaiv. You can see it here. And some of these experts of advisory boards just support on the decision maker how to construct and use the modern technical solutions for the constructing the water system and modernize the water supply systems. Also, we launched the centralized procurement organization that ensures the fair, transparent, and efficient procurement procedures. And actually, yesterday, we just select in a tender procedure, we select the head of the central procurement organization. And of course, we're also using the digital system for Agency for Restoration. You can see one of these, you can see on the screen, because we want to easy to navigate online system, and we would like to show everyone the clear criteria for project selection, funded status, and geographic targeting. Here we link it, this all platform with a dream. Also, in the agency, we have a project management unit. This unit supports the implementation of large-scale infrastructure initiative in line with international standards. For now, we are not just creating this unit, but also this unit absolutely operated. The unit already managed a couple of projects with international financial organizations like EBRD, World Bank, and IFC. Another point in the transparent of the agency is regional restoration services. Through the regional services, the agency manages and executes recovery projects on the ground across Ukraine. As I mentioned, the digital tools and open data have significantly improved the transparency and accessibility of the of Ukraine recovery processes. At the same time, key challenges remain. It's a limited public information on recovery spending. It's we know that everyone wants to know what happened, what has been rebuilt, delivered, and at what cost, but. And we propose a solution how to do it. We just, on a regular basis, we post it in our media and the sites, the information regarding the implementation of all projects in the ministry side. Of course, some information in the wartime condition can be open, but after the Ukraine's victory, we'll definitely can open more data than we have right now, because the security issue remains for us. It's really important, and our neighbor not waiting, just waiting for this opening this data, and we are trying to really hide something, not from the citizens but and the partners, but from our neighbor. Thank you for the attention, and ready to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Marina, and thanks for giving this overview of all the different initiatives that have been taken, and also talking a bit about the Agency of Restoration and what they're doing. They're not in the panel today, but they're of course a very important player in terms of reconstruction and ensuring transparency and accountability. We will then go on, and I would like to invite the person who has who is very much hands-on in terms of the digital tools that are being used for transparent reconstruction. Victor Nestulia, I think everyone who has something to do with reconstruction in Ukraine will know you and your DREAM platform, but they don't necessarily know exactly what can be achieved by this platform and how it's used by the government, authorities and the public. So perhaps you can somehow spread some light on what is DREAM and what can it somehow entail for the whole reconstruction process.
Thanks, Alan. We're really proud to be able to help government of Ukraine in designing and implementing DREAM, and this is a platform that is governmentally owned and managed in partnership between Ministry for Development and many international partners and civil society organizations. But before jumping into DREAM and how it operates, I would like to stop on several fundamentals. Transparency for the sake of transparency is useless, right? We don't need it just to say that we are transparent. Ukraine is leading many transparency and open data ratings in various fields. And over the last decade, we managed to introduce the most transparent electronic government procurement system, Prozoro. We managed to open all treasury transactions and published all spendings and budgets at all levels. We opened customs data, beneficiary owners data. Ukraine had the first in the world open beneficiary registers, and many other governance tools that provide transparency. But here I would like to stop on how this transparency is achieved. And this is critical, because Ukraine is leading an example on open contracting and open government reform. Here we are speaking about first co-creation or co-design, then co-creation, co-implementation, and establishing feedback loops that really work. Referring to DREAM, how DREAM was established. It was a co-design idea by Ukrainian civil society, Rise Ukraine Coalition, more than 50 organizations united together to offer government of Ukraine new approaches to managing reconstruction. And we are happy that government of Ukraine is open to partnerships across many sectors and take the leadership in this transformation. So jointly by civil society organizations, with government of Ukraine, Ministry for Development, Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Economy, with generous support from our British partners, American partners, German partners and European partners, we managed to design this idea. Then idea without implementation means nothing, right? And again, civil society with government and with private sector and donors worked hand in hand to deliver this functionality. IT functionality is useless if it's not used on the local level. We have 1,469 local communities, regional administration, ministries. All of them have to be capacitated. And again, Ministry for Development, in partnership with many technical assistance projects, many of them sitting here right now, but also civil society organizations started training local partners on how to use it. Now we also have many additional services that were developed by civil society organizations. For example, Fiscal Policy Research Center is using DREAM data and many other data points to monitor reconstruction. Institute for Analysis and Advocacy developed a service to subscribe for updates on what's happening with different projects. Technologies of Progress developed big recovery project to collect feedbacks and train civil society on how to monitor whatever is present on DREAM and so on. So only when we're speaking about this end-to-end cycle of co-design, co-creation, co-implementation and establishing proper feedback loop, we can get most of transparency to transport it into accountability and hopefully at some day integrity. Now speaking about DREAM. DREAM initially was designed as a platform to support reconstruction, and about 2 years ago it was just an idea, but now it's a digital backbone of public investment management system. We no longer speak about only reconstruction, because eventually similar governance principles should be applied to any infrastructure we need, whether it's a new school, whether it's a new canteen, or bridge, or destroyed energy facility. And now DREAM is used for that. Those who are interested and have not yet been on DREAM stand, we are welcome you there to show all the details on how it works. But in general, it first of all provides new approaches to preparation and planning. Before recent times, DREAM was an experiment project. It was not voluntary, there was no governance, and it had some consequences, right? We, sorry to say, have, not to say that word, questionable data quality, right? It's about routine on reporting, verification, and so on. But now government adopted secondary legislation, parliament voted to the budget count amendments, and from this July, DREAM becomes mandatory for all levels and introduce new approaches based on UK 5-case model for projects and programs preparation. Now every project initiator have to go through strategic case, economic, financial, managerial, and commercial. And what does it mean? Now we are speaking about smart planning, and not just data inputs, but a workflow that introduces the whole life cycle of project preparation. Again, it's important to understand how this cycle was designed, because, again, transparency was one thing, but we worked closely with many civil society organizations, for example, and international partners. Like with UN Women, we worked on introducing gender criteria to project flow. With UNDP and many civil society organizations, we worked on accessibility standards in project flow. With many organizations like Eco Club, EcoDia, Bankwatch, and others, Dixie, Green Transition Office, we worked on introducing green criteria. And starting this September, all this data, first of all, will be verified and appraised through DREAM and will become publicly available. It's a new standard, not just of transparency, but smart decision making. And what is even more important at this stage is project quality. And after that, of course, DREAM provides a full series of tools, starting from public portal, business intelligence, interactive map for citizens, for less tech-savvy users, and of course open data, which is at heart of DREAM, to make sure that a broader ecosystem can use this data. I already mentioned 3 services that use data from DREAM. There are also private sector participants, several commercial banks that connected to DREAM API to get this information, to feed it to private sector. And we're speaking about big ecosystem that lives on transparency, that is designed with the smart approaches of open government and open contracting to make sure that it delivers value to various stakeholders. We are proud, again, to be able to support this journey. There are lots of challenges, but thanks for such an inclusive design and a broad coalition of stakeholders with ecosystem approach, I am sure that we will succeed. Thanks.
Thanks a lot, Victor. I'm always impressed when I listen to your presentation of DREAM. It's so unique and so, how should I put it? I mean, so relevant for exactly this reconstruction process. I mean, it's an example of how a digital society is trying to use digital tools to manage a very, very complex process. And DREAM is exactly that tool. So a lot of perspective in that. I like the point you had about, I mean, transparency is not an aim in itself, but working with anti-corruption, I also know that transparency and digital tools is actually a very powerful tool in fighting corruption. And I know that DREAM will also add to that fight. Then I will move to another Victor, Victor Mashiashuk, who is working on other digital tools, but somehow I think the aim is the same, to create transparency, accountability. Victor is chairman of the Fiscal Policy Research Center. It is a leading Ukrainian expert in fiscal transparency and public finance oversight. So to you, Victor, how can monitoring of recovery spending and of international aid assist in ensuring this transparent, accountable reconstruction that we all would like to see?
Thank you, Alan, for your question. Dear friends, colleagues, distinguished participant of this panel, Today I want first of all to talk, as well as my previous colleague, about trust. Because trust is the main thing that we should build in our relationship with colleagues, government, international partners, and businesses. Not just about transparency or monitoring tools or BI, but about trust itself. Because trust is a foundation for any mindful recovery. In a critical moment of the history when public trust to government declines, it is the civil society which stepped in and make very critical things that change the status quo. Let me remind, Marina and Victor already told us about spending. This is initiative that was funded and initiated by civil society in 2015. Already 10 years, day by day, Ukrainian treasury publish their treasury spendings, payments. We have possibility to see over 300 million transactions online. In a year, 2016, Prozoro, it's phenomenon. Victor can say about this project as well more as a dream, because he was one of co-founders of this project. Now we have almost 30 million procurement online, and we can see it on daily basis. There's some increases. Today, dream. Very challenging and very difficult project to implement. And this is one of fundamental projects that will change the situation indeed, I'm sure. Colleagues told that Ukraine is one of the leaders country in the world of the openness. It's true, but we as data scientists, we as a think tank, the boutique think tank that work only in unique field, it's public finance, we work with data. And we know all limitation of each data set. So today I will say 3 short stories. And this story about trust. First, trust in governments and operation. At the scene, you see our newest, we today just published it, common cooperation with ministry, which we help ministry to modify their system, how they manage projects and monitor project of IFIs. Here you can see the regional dimension and sectoral dimension, but also you can see and select other dimensions of the project which implemented by ministry. And it's about trust, because ministry do not afraid to involve to their cooperation civil society and international partners. And this is really, really important. One more thing that we also will help ministry to increase their capacity in this field, in the specific department, because it's very important that ministry understand and monitor on daily basis different types of projects, and they are too complex to have only one way of implementing. And maybe Marina in Q&A session will ask how complex project can be, how many steps should be done from the ministry side to start finance this project. Second, trust in recovery in spending. This is one of my dream Sorry for, yeah, it's true. It's true. Victor has amazing communication team, and they are perfect. Yeah, it's true. It's true. And our team's daily work. The project called Cost of Room. The main idea is to have in one place all information about spending from state budget, local budget, and funded by international our partners project for recovery. We have collect by ourselves, by our team, information about spending from state budget, local budget, and two biggest international EAP programs. If to give some figures, it's almost 5,600 projects. If you select each one of these dots, I can show you each cent who receives this money. So we work with data, we collect data, we verify data. We built an BI analytical tool to show how Ukraine spend money, for what purposes, and who receives this money. Just select any dot, any project, and we can show you everything. As well, we do analytics, because we are an analytical think tank, and we make policy recommendation. We are not the DREAM system, because DREAM is bigger and more complex system. We understand our role, and we want to only complement DREAM by providing independent civil society verification for public spending. We collect available data and share it, we structure it, we verified it for our very prospect rules, and we share our data with state authority. For example, state audit, we share data with accounting chamber, with state audit service, as well as our international partners, with Olaf. And it's also nice to hear. The set things that I want to share, and for me it's really a pleasure that Alan is a moderator of this panel, because we was one of team that was involved to the project that was supported to our Danish partners and implemented under the patronage of First Lady, when more than almost 200 schools were renovated for the money that funded from state budget. If you want to know what is the best case, how to support Ukrainian government, ask Alan and their team, because they start support this project from the very beginning at the initial level, and this allow state budget to be economy almost at 10%. Almost 150 million hryvnia were relocated from one school to other, because they will be more efficiency at this point. Unfortunately, it's only in Ukrainian, but it will be in English. Yeah. And the final thoughts about trust, transparency, and data verification, where we could go. We launched new project, which main idea is to monitoring of implementation in Ukraine facility. And we will monitor investment indicators. And my biggest, dream, that in a year, in the recovery conference, we will present the full-fledged real-time monitoring system, like this one. Because this system monitor on daily basis everything what was going in the procurement and spending. We use special written artificial intelligent model to help us to define all these things. Trust is not a slogan, it's a practice. We are already building that trust through data, analytic, transparency, and different instruments. And we are the part of a broader movement, Ukrainian civil society organization that build trust every day and making public institutions more transparent, accountable, and effective. Thank you for attention.
Thanks a lot, Victor, and also thanks for mentioning our school canteen project that we have together with you and a number of other experts that are helping us. It's actually a quite interesting project. It's about how to close all the gaps for corruption in a construction process. And I can recommend you to visit the school nutrition reform stand and the ground floor and get some more information about this interesting project. So, moving on, we are now shifting the perspective a little bit, seeking inspiration from abroad. I would have loved to have the mayor of L'Aquila here with us today, but he cancelled in the last minute. He couldn't make it, but the mayor was overseeing the post-earthquake reconstruction after the earthquake in 2009, and I'm sure he would have many lessons learned that could be of interest to Ukraine. Instead, and not instead, but we will then jump to the other Italian panelists we have with us today. Another perspective from Italy, and now we move to like the national level and the fight against corruption. We have Mr. Giuseppe Buscia, who is the president of the Italian Anti-Corruption Authority. And we are very pleased to have you in the panel. I know that during your leadership, ANAC has enhanced its work regarding digitalization, procurement, transparency, and I'm sure that you could have some good ideas for Ukrainian partners. So what are your lessons learned from your work on anti-corruption that you think could be applied to Ukraine's reconstruction process?
Thank you very much. Thank you for this occasion, and thank you for the lesson that every time we receive, every time we have the opportunity to meet the representative, the colleagues and the friend of Ukraine, we learn a lot about resilience, we learn a lot about possibility to work in these difficulties, in this difficult time, in so effective way that we saw in the last presentation, we see every day. So thank you for that. ANAC, the National Anti-Corruption Authority, which I have the honor to preside, is the works on prevention of corruption, promotion on transparency, and oversight of public contract. But I want, before begin to illustrate some examples that I think are similar in many cases of the experience that we have learned, I would like to emphasize the meaning, and I can see the philosophy in which we used to work on prevention of corruption, using transparency and using the digitalization, as has been said. I think that we have to use this instrument not only to prevent corruption, not only to protect against the misuse of public money, and not only to create trust that, of course, is so important in any democracy, and especially in the Ukrainian situation, but also to help the administration to be more efficient. Transparency and prevention of corruption is a powerful instrument to create efficiency in the administrations, in the institutions, and we have to use it, and also to engage participation, real participation of the citizen in this element. And another element that I want to underline is that especially in the situation of Ukraine, but in our situation, in all the countries, we have to use the anti-corruption instrument also not only to respond to emergency, but also to help to design long-term projects. This is very important to create all the elements and to give to the society all the elements to have long-term projects. It's very difficult in the difficult time that Ukraine is in which is involved, but we saw from their stories that is possible, and they are demonstrating and to us that is possible. And Italy, of course, has many instruments, many examples that we can share with the colleagues and with the other institutions of Ukraine, because our history is also a history of difficulties and history of identification of solution. And we are engaged in some partnership with the Ukraine colleagues. Yesterday we have the honor to sign a memorandum of understanding with the Ukraine National Anti-Corruption Agency, the Agency of Prevention of Corruption. We have other protocols, and we are working with them in considering this protocol occasion to share not only one day when there is a celebration, or one day like this in which are so important conferences and debates, but every day to confront and discuss about concrete difficulties and possibility to find solution. I have few examples that are similar in many cases about the situation and the example that has been illustrated by the colleagues of Ukraine. One of them is the eye supervision. Is a way to organize an institutional architecture and a way in which institution has to work together after emergency. For instance, we use that not only to organize big events, but after cases of earthquake, not only in Aquila, but in the central Italy, there were many episodes of earthquake. To try to reconstruction, we experiment this element in which ANAC, the National Anti-Corruption Authority, that is also, as I said, the authority that oversight public procurement, we collaborate with the institution that is managing the contract and the reconstruction, also doing a preventive check with a data bank, with the financial police, working together with the local institution, and the result is the possibility to be quicker in the reconstruction, more effective, and of course avoiding the infiltration of criminality and avoid to lose the money. Another example that is very similar to Prosoro is we are the national authority also of oversight public contract, as I said, and the National Data Bank of Public Contract that is established in our authority, digitalize all the life cycle of the contract from the beginning to the end, is transparent to give open data, and again is an instrument to achieve transparency, to avoid corruption, but is also an instrument to achieve efficiency, a more rapid public contract. Another element, a specific element that is inside our data bank is the virtual dossier of economic operator that enable the verification of all operators, both on possibility, quality, and also about all the anti-corruption aspect. And this is also work on the interoperability of data bank of Italy. Another element of transparency and power and empowering of citizens, but also reinforcing administration, is the single transparency platform. In Italy, the administration are obliged to publish many data about the management of the data, the organization, the expenditure, the contract, everything has to be published in the website. We are unifying all these websites to create a one-stop shop of all the administration to go ahead on transparency and also to offer to the administration a powerful instrument of government, of management, of all the elements that they have and they use. And another example, as Italy has received from Europe after pandemia, a lot of aid, financial aid, is the country that received the largest amount of money. We establish a system that is called Regis that is connected to other systems like the public procurement data bank to offer a possibility to manage all the reconstruction on investment in Italy. These are examples that leave us some lesson, I think, and transparency and accountability in reconstruction as a way, of course, to avoid corruption, as I said, but has to be used to create, in any case, long-term administrative capacity. We will have a success in reconstruction if we have the possibility to look forward and see in the future a long-term view to reconstruct. And we have, with that, also a possibility to make the citizen as a protagonist of their reconstruction of not only infrastructure, but also to strengthen the way to be in a democratic society. And then I will conclude saying that really we have to work together, and the presentation that has been done today about the success of Ukraine experience, and we have to share our experience, to learn from them, to share experience, to grow together, and to build and to do together, as is the meaning of this conference, this reconstruction that is more than single reconstruction, but is a common work to build together something that is a common will, a common goal, and we feel that and we thank that our Ukrainian colleagues and friends for the possibility to share this experience. Thank you again.
Thanks a lot. I think many interesting lessons learned here. I like the idea of a single transparency platform. I hope that it can inspire Ukrainian partners as well. Happy to hear that you now signed an MOU with the Ukrainian NSCP. Important. Time is running, so I will need to ask the last few speakers to keep it relatively short. We are now moving to the last part of our panel, so it's international, representing international organizations. And first, I would like to start with the representative of the UK, the Honourable Edward Llewellyn, the British ambassador to Italy since 2022. an impressive background from high-level positions in the UK. As I think we all know, the UK has been very active in the field of good governance and anti-corruption in Ukraine. And therefore, I think it's also a pertinent question to you. I mean, how transparency and integrity in the reconstruction process also can provide some value added to economic development and growth. Please, sir.
Sure. Thank you, Alan. Thank you for that very kind introduction, and thank you all for being here. I'll try and keep it brief, as you injunct. A few points. I mean, the first one, obviously, is that, as we all know in this room, recovery is not waiting for peace. Indeed, we've heard so many examples at this conference of how recovery and reconstruction is already taking place against this incredibly challenging backdrop. And I think we're full of admiration, those of us who are not living and working in Ukraine, of what you are doing, what the Ukrainian people are doing, and what many of you on this panel are doing alongside them. I should add that I'm speaking here because our Minister for Europe, who very much hoped to be here, and indeed who has visited Ukraine, has visited Kyiv several times. He was hoping to be here today, but unfortunately he was taken ill with appendicitis and had to be whisked off to a hospital earlier this week. But I know he would very much have wanted to be here, and I've talked many times to him about the situation in Ukraine. I know when Steve Doughty, our minister, went there in February, he saw for himself, which I haven't yet seen, but how Ukraine is progressing on clean energy, on innovation partnerships, how the reform effort continues despite that very challenging wartime backdrop, and how, as I've heard at another panel I was on a moment ago, how civil society is really leading from the ground up, and I pay tribute to their efforts. But obviously now is a time to look to the future, a time to step up and support the efforts that are empowering communities, civil society, and business. I think that means starting from the British government's perspective with a clear communicated recovery plan, which you have, so businesses can invest with confidence. It means setting clear priorities, as you're doing with Ukraine's single project pipeline. It means defining roles, especially for empowered local government and regional government. And it means, of course, monitoring delivery through platforms like DREAM, which I've heard a lot about in the last 24 hours, and it's great to be here on the panel with you today, the living embodiment of DREAM, as it were. But fascinating to hear how you've developed that, enabling the real-time tracking by civil society of projects. Transparency is at the heart of this discussion. And as you say, as the cliche goes, but there's some truth in it, sunlight is the best disinfectant. As far as British government action is concerned, capacity obviously is key, especially at the municipal level. So are shovel-ready projects and bankable infrastructure projects. And I'm pleased to announce today that we will provide additional support to the Ukraine Project Preparation Facility, supported by the World Bank. We are supporting Ukrainian government to advance its public investment reforms, where we're making great progress, I know, including helping reform Ukraine's public procurement system to open markets and embed best practice. We're supporting regional links through partnerships, including the link between Greater Manchester, where I was last Friday, and Lviv, whose mayor I welcomed to my residence the night before last. we're backing decentralization and strong local self-government in partnership with our German friends, and we're supporting inclusive recovery through Spirit, which has already been mentioned here this afternoon, our flagship social program with the European Union, the World Bank, UNICEF, and Ukraine's Ministry of Social Policy. And we're launching a new government's reform program to strengthen the rule of law and justice system. So there are just a few examples for you. Time is short, as you've rightly pointed out. So I hand back the microphone, as it were, but I just want to place on record Britain's commitment to this endeavour, our commitment to Ukraine, which I think is well known and not in doubt. We are inspired by your example, inspired by your bravery, and this panel and this discussion is all about the brighter future that awaits your country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. I think we all know the key role played by the UK in Ukraine, and I must also say that working with anti-corruption, it has been extremely appreciated that the UK was able to step in during the spring when we had another donor that suddenly withdrew all its funding, and the UK was one of the few that stepped in and provided support in this sector. Thanks a lot for that. Then we move to Levan Dushitse, head of IDLO, International Development Law Organization, has been working in Ukraine since 2016. IDLO provides legal and institutional support for good governance and anti-corruption and rule of law. Have been working together with the UACI for a long time. So, Levan, you've been working in Ukraine for many years in the field of good governance. So how do you see opportunities for government, civil society, businesses to work together with integrity on this reconstruction process?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Alan, for this introduction. Thank you to the audience to bearing with us in this rather late hour on the day 2. We appreciate that. In fact, we are a little bit older, 1 year older. IDLO started its operations in Ukraine in 2015, but it was close enough. We started with our efforts on all 3 levels in the context of good governance, anti-corruption, and judicial reform, and that remains our major focus still, primarily thanks to the British government's very generous support. Thank you very much, Ambassador, for this. But back in 2023, with the Swedish government support, we started our joint project with Ukraine's National Agency for Reconstruction. They are not part of this panel, but I hope my presentation will kind of partly help also provide some of their perspectives to that matter. So when we started working together with the agency, as I said, back in late 2023, 2 immediate problems became very, very obvious. The first one was the quality of the reconstruction project proposals the agency was receiving from the proposal developers like cities and in many cases Hromadas, and then the agency's abilities and capacities itself to work on these projects and make necessary improvements. There was a huge mismatch between the two. So the first thing we did together with the agency was, as it is frequently done in Ukraine, to set up a task force or a group of national experts and specialists, lawyers, cost estimation specialists, construction standard specialists, who would help not reviewing individual project proposals and improving them, but looking for systemic issues, for frequent or most serious shortcomings that you could find repeating in these proposals, and then develop guidelines how to prevent these shortcomings from appearing, not just fixing at the level of the agency where it would already have become a bottleneck, but prevent them from occurring. And that went to the very foundations like the eligibility or the feasibility, technical feasibility of the projects, but also the necessary transparency and compliance and quality control mechanisms that were usually at a very low level or completely missing from the proposals. But at the same time, it was obvious that the agency, as designed and with the legal framework it was provided with, was not perfectly positioned, to put it very diplomatically, to deal with the ever-increasing stream of the project proposals. So we helped agency also with fixing some gaps in the legal framework, in the mandate the agency was and still is equipped with. But we also saw the bigger picture, and this is something, and made observations and then conclusions, and this is something that we've been hearing today in this panel, but also yesterday throughout several presentations, that the very sheer size of the country and the devastating scale of the damage that has been caused by the Russian invasion unlikely would allow for a centralized approach to reviewing and then executing the such projects. So already in 2023, it was clear that additional efforts, much more efforts should have been made into the local governments and Hromada's human and technical resources so that they would develop better projects, would incorporate more powerful integrity and transparency tools in it, but also exercise quality assurance and compliance control mechanisms. Digitalization, immediately it was very obvious that that was a tool that was not sufficiently utilized yet, but that would in the future had all the perspectives, and we heard that it materialized exactly that way, would have all the perspectives to assist Ukraine with more transparent waste and corruption-free reconstruction. But we also had previous experiences with digitalization, and there is this understanding, especially with Prozoro, which was an extremely powerful, it still remains an extremely powerful tool in this field. But at some point it was so good and it was generating so much data and so much information that dealing with this massive amount of information itself became a problem for many civil society organizations and others. So there was a need for additional tools that would allow for slicing, filtering, crunching this data. The same will most likely be the case with reconstruction as well. And DREAM is an amazing ecosystem which most certainly will allow for accommodating additional tools that would simplify this utilization, this like slicing and data crunching mechanism, so that the information is not only accessible and available, but it's also digestible and it can be used in practical terms. For that, a holistic approach is needed, again, as it was done in case of Prozoro back then, when not only the supply side, but also the demand side, but also the supply side was involved in increasing their capabilities. So the business community, they will have to be educated, trained, provided with additional skills so that they have a better understanding of compliance, better understanding of quality control, but also better understanding of how to access finance. And the civil society, obviously, because transparency and accountability, especially in the early detection stage or prevention stage, these are the tools that can and should be way more effective than investigating these shortcomings later and prosecuting the wrongdoers. To conclude, as mindful of time as I am, despite the misconception that transparency tools and additional mechanisms that increase accountability perspectives, they don't have to slow down the processes. They don't have to slow down reconstruction in this case. If done properly, and there are all the signs that this is already being done properly, they will create without any slowdowns, they will create the very foundation for the fact that the reconstruction works for those it is supposed to work for the people of Ukraine. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Levan. Thanks a lot. We continue. Two more speakers, and please keep it brief. First, Robert O'Donovan, Senior Vice President of the Eurasia Foundation. He's overseeing the implementation of digital tools that support open government and drive systemic reforms in Ukraine's reconstruction. So here we move to the civil society aspects. Could you enlighten us a little bit about how you support the civil society engagement and what are the tools that you are providing?
Great. Thank you, Alan, very much. Good afternoon, everyone. As Alan mentioned, I represent Eurasia Foundation, which has been involved in supporting Ukraine's digitalization for nearly 10 years. To your question about how civil society organizations can be empowered, when I look over to my left and see some of the civil society organizations here, I don't know so much about being empowered is necessary, but I guess I would offer one simple answer and just say that we need to offer digital tools and then the training to be able to use the information in a way that can be, as Levan described, sliced and diced and made understandable. Since 2016, Eurasia Foundation has been actively involved in the digitalization of Ukraine in several areas, in public procurement, with the Prozoro system, urban planning and construction, with transportation, taxation, ecology, and several other areas. After the full-scale invasion in 2022, our focus rapidly expanded to cover new solutions, including digital solutions for reconstruction. Let me start with a simple but fundamental point. The physical recovery of Ukraine, first and foremost, is about construction. But it's not just about concrete and rebar. It's about the state's capacity to effectively guide the process of rebuilding housing, critical infrastructure, and social facilities in a fast, efficient, and transparent way. In this context, digital tools are not just the support mechanisms, they're the core architecture of effective reconstruction. Together with our partners in government, civil society experts, and international donors, Eurasia Foundation is supporting the development of digital systems that are the backbone of reform in this sector. These systems underpin several key initiatives, including, first, the Registry of Damaged and Destroyed Property, which is the, can I be heard? Yeah, I think so. It's okay, yeah? Yeah, which is the unified database that records damage to housing, transport, and social infrastructure. Second, the DREAM system, which was initially the digital ecosystem for managing reconstruction projects, but is now Ukraine's official system for managing public investment. And third, e-recovery, which is the digital service for making compensation payments for citizens whose homes have been damaged or lost due to war. To date, more than 210,000 citizens have applied for compensation through e-recovery, and more than 117,000 have received payments. But these services don't operate in a vacuum. They're built upon digital infrastructure developed in Ukraine over the past 5 years. At the heart of this infrastructure is the state urban planning cadastre, which integrates 7 core systems and registries. Don't worry, I'm not going to run through every single system in the list. You're welcome. But rather, I'd like just to touch on how some of them function with an example of a concrete project. Let's consider a typical construction project. For example, rebuilding or building a new hospital in a community where internally displaced persons have settled. The project begins with the planning. The community has to develop and update its master plan to allocate an appropriate land plot. Without the Register of Urban Planning documentation, this decision, it wouldn't be reflected in other systems, potentially leading to delays or conflicting site allocations. Next, selecting a specific land plot requires accurate data from the Register of Addresses and then the Register of Administrative and Territorial Units. Without these, determining the location, registering ownership rights, or obtaining permits would be impossible. Next, the electronic system in the construction sector, or the e-construction system, manages the entire permitting process, from application and approval to construction monitoring and ultimately commissioning the completed building. This system dramatically accelerates the construction process through the automation of compliance with construction norms, legal verifications, and data exchange. The e-construction system also has a powerful anti-corruption effect since it reduces the level of discretion among potentially venal officials responsible for permitting. Once construction is complete, the hospital must be added to the Register of Buildings and Structures for taxation purposes, operational management, and data sharing with other systems. This entire process is synchronized, of course, with the DREAM ecosystem, as all the data about the stages of construction of a building is fed into DREAM from the e-construction system. E-construction system also is responsible for different kinds of data from the e-recovery program, which I mentioned before, tracking the types of repairs made to homes, as well as the data from the start and end dates of construction for the construction process so that payments can be automated and enabled.
Robert, could I ask you to conclude?
Yep.
Thanks.
And then we are seeing tangible results. And I guess what I would mention here is that completing this system is a strategic priority. And it's something that Eurasia Foundation remains committed to seeing through to the end. And I'll yield the rest of my time to the final speaker. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. And final speaker is Olena Ursu, Democratic Governance Team Leader for UNDP Ukraine. You have the floor. 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Alan. Yes, I will try to be short because people already actually mentioned all of the important points. But on behalf of UNDP Ukraine, which works in Ukraine for many years, both with central government institutions and over 100 local authorities in 2024 alone, I think there are a few lessons that we believe in. And first is that transparency and accountability are not optional, they are a must. And the sooner authorities start realizing that, the faster they start receiving benefits. Benefits in terms of trust, in terms of their institutions becoming stronger, in terms of more projects being implemented for the benefit of people. And there are studies which directly show correlation between the transparency and accountability and the level of trust. And we are very happy that the Ukrainian government and the Ministry of Communities and Territories Development, they prioritize anti-corruption as the integral pillar of the reconstruction in Ukraine. And we are happy to support them on this way. Second, and very much like what Victor said, so I repeat this, transparency is not for the sake of transparency. It brings the development change, it brings the results. And for example, our work with the European Investment Bank and the Ministry for Communities and Territories Development has unlocked over 940 million in infrastructure loans, which were used to implement hundreds of infrastructure projects. So think about it from this perspective. The higher the levels of transparency, anti-corruption oversight is, the more development projects you will be able to implement for your communities and prioritize this agenda in your work. Third, I want to talk about leadership. Leadership is critical. We talk about it as the tone from the top, and the institutions where the mayors and the heads of institutions prioritize anti-corruption, they change faster, they become stronger faster. But at the same time, it's not enough. Our study shows that there is the perception gap between citizens and the authorities. Little percentage of authorities believe that corruption is widespread. Much higher percentage of people believe that this is so. So this mismatch between the corruption perception between citizens and the authorities can and should be breached by the initiatives aimed at promoting openness, transparency, dialogue between them, and so on. Digital tools, very important fantastic to have DREAM and other monitoring platforms, but it's not only about reconstruction. What we see is happening on the ground is a lot of soft type projects. It's a lot of social inclusion work, veterans reintegration, youth engagement, and so on and so forth. And donors are investing in that, and they would also like to monitor what's happening. So UNDP is supporting the aid coordination, the other digital tools for monitoring and for tracking the progress and for seeing the change on the ground. And the last thing from my side is that anti-corruption, transparency, and accountability is the culture that you build over time. It's not that you develop the anti-corruption program and you suddenly become effective in terms of transparency and accountability. You need to invest time, you need to invest in capacity of the anti-corruption officers, you need to bridge the gap in their knowledge, provide them resources to be able to monitor what's happening on the ground and engage with the citizens on the ground. So that's what UNDP does in this area very shortly, and we're happy to partner with others in this regard.
Thanks a lot. Sorry, and my ambition was that we could have time for some Q&A here at the end, but it's not possible. Our time has run out. I used 20 seconds on somehow summarize the discussion. I think that's not difficult because you're all somehow touching upon the same issues. What is unique in Ukraine is the focus on digital tools. It's really impressive what you're doing here. It's the partnership between civil society and government that I think is also something very unique for Ukraine. And it's your vision that this is not about a digital tool or transparency, but it's about building trust in the process. And that's, I think, what we all agree about. So thanks a lot for your interventions, and I think very insightful. I hope that it was also interesting for you out there, the audience, and sorry for taking a little bit too much time. That's how it is. Thank you. Have a good afternoon. Yeah.
Panel in 1 minute. Дорогі колеги, хто чує мене українською, ми
Dear colleagues, we are about to start in 1 minute. I'm very happy that this final panel at the huge URC conference attracted so many participants.
Panel discussion, resilience and cohesion through partnerships, local and international cooperation. My name is Svetlana Blinova. I am coordinator of Cities for Cities initiative, which is supported by the Swedish government in the frame of Polaris program. And today I will be moderating our panel discussion. At the end of panel, we will sign some memorandums, so please stay with us and share this important moment with us. We will be working in 3 languages, English, Ukrainian and Italian, so please, you need some headphones for understanding all languages. First of all, I would like, let's get to know each other. Ukrainian communities who are open to new partnerships, please raise your hand. Українські громади, які відкриті для нових партнерств, будь ласка, підніміть свої руки. Great, so many. And European communities or representative of European institutions, please raise your hand if you are open for new partnerships. Great. Thank you so much. So we also can use our panel for network and for new potential partnerships. Ukraine recovery begins and continue every day in our cities and villages, where children can go to school, where people who lost their homes can get help and care, where veterans come back and need good support to recover, and where, during midnight air raid, a small local bakery opens in the metro to offer the comfort of fresh bread as a small distraction from the pain. Every day during the war, we see that Ukrainian communities stay strong because of people, their connections, and how they support each other. Ukraine is now implementing a national project, Shoulder to Shoulder United Communities. This initiative links frontline and war-affected communities with those in safer regions. It is a new partnership model, a new partnership architecture that is already helping to spread up reconstruction and support people. It is about internal cohesion. But in the same time, Ukrainian communities is not alone. You are with us, and thank you for that. International cooperation with European Union cities has been very important, is helping our communities stay strong and rebuild. These partnerships give us access to experience and knowledges. But more than just support, we want to be part of partnerships, build partnerships that benefit to everyone and lead to new ideas and shared security. This is what European cohesion means. So the question and challenge before us today is this: how we can strengthen partnerships so they contribute to both Europe's resilience and Ukraine's recovery. This involves political support, financial instruments, and building institutional capacity. So I'm great honor to introduce today's speaker, Alona Shkrum, First Deputy Minister of Development of Communities and Territories of Ukraine. Yeah. Katarina Yakimchikova, Acting Mayor of the City of Poltava, Ukraine. Yes. Andrei Besedin, Head of the Kupiansk City Military Administration. Antje Groter, Chair of the Working Group of Ukraine of European Committee of Region, and President of Bremen State Parliament. Andrei Sobchak, Secretary General of the European City Network, Eurocities. Jakob Grenit, Director General of the Swedish International Development Cooperation Agency, SIDA. Franco Dalmas, Secretary General of the Central European Initiative. Vito Lecis, Mayor of Bari, Italy. Dear speakers, we will have one round of questions. Each of you will have 7 minutes, and I will show you when we will just 1 minute. Please understand, because we have final panel of Ukraine Recovery Conference. First, we will speak with the representatives from Ukraine, and now I will switch to Ukraine language.
Dear Alona Shkrum, the first question is to you. Over 630 Ukrainian communities have been covered by the national program as part of the shoulder-to-shoulder partnership. What is the significance of this initiative for the internal cohesion? How this experience can be the basis for the model of international partnerships? The second question, considering the win-win principles, what specific benefits could Ukrainian and European municipalities exchange with? And could this contribute to European cohesion?
Well, I will answer your question, and I'm going to talk about it and try to be as brief as possible. But let me just start with a little bit of an introduction of, as it is the last panel, of what we achieved with you in these 2 days and what we achieved with all of you, with all of your help through this whole very, very difficult and painful process of war, but also reconstruction in times of war, rebuilding in times of war, working together with gromadas in times of war, united communities, territories and gromadas with other communities, territories and gromadas on shoulder to shoulder, back to back, you know, hand in hand, and all of the possible metaphors, because, you know, this is what's been going on. It's been a tragic time, it's been a horrible time, but it's also been the time of friendship and the time of quite amazing opportunities. I know we have a video that we could show. I don't want to talk about what was going on and what is going on still, because you all know it, you've all seen it, you feel it. A lot of you were in Ukraine, live in Ukraine, had a Ukrainian friend. Just to understand, 13% of all of our housing was destroyed. If you look at number of the roofs and units destroyed, it's about 14 Venices, 14 cities of Venice, or about 4 Milano cities. It's an incredible challenge. No gromada, no community, no country can rebuild it by itself, and yet we are rebuilding it together with you, and we are proud to show the results in this conference, because only in Kiev region alone, which was occupied for 40 days, we had 30,000 objects destroyed, roads, kindergarten, schools, apartments, and we've rebuilt with your help, because we would not be able to do it by ourselves. For this time, we've rebuilt 75% of all the objects destroyed in the Kiev region, of all the housing destroyed. And we did not rebuild it as it was. We rebuilt it with inclusivity, with energy, with a solar panel, with green recovery, with all of the modern technologies, because we don't have the possibility and the money to rebuild it as it was. It's just, you know, it's just a question of scarce of resources. We need to rebuild it better, we need to rebuild it greener, we need to rebuild it with modern technologies in a new way. And this conference for us is very different, because this is the first conference where we do not just talk about plans or do not talk about fear and problems and damages and bombs and tragedies. We talk about the results, and we show already the results. And the results, it's quite amazing to see. They happen together with communities, together with the Agency of Restoration of Sardi, with all of the international IFIs and banks, with all of the NGOs and partners and volunteers who helped us to rebuild it, with all of you, with all of the countries who are present here. And this is what, this is the picture that is super inspiring to Ukrainians, and I'm super proud that we are bringing the results already to this conference. We're showing here the results for the Kiev region, and we could multiply it to other regions if we have this possibility. We're showing also some of the innovative solutions for rebuilding that we propose to gromadas and communities. And I think that this is, a great place to start the last panel. As to the shoulder-to-shoulder, and please do stop the video here, this idea, I was there when it just was happening, and nobody really believed it. I will be very honest with you, because when the whole country is in war, when Lviv is being bombed the same as, the east of Ukraine in the beginning of the war, when there was no place in the country that was safe. It was difficult to believe that one community and one territory would help to rebuild another territory, because everyone is in fear and everyone is trying to evacuate people. Everyone is, sending their kids away to Warsaw and Berlin and Italy and other places. But then we've seen an amazing unity. And first, shoulder to shoulder, had these partnerships from the west of Ukraine to where the economy was a little bit better and where the power shortage was a little bit less, and where sometimes there were no sirens, so there were less sirens from the communities which were communities in the mountains of Carpathian Mountains, and then started to help communities which were in war situation. And then we added another layer to that. We added international partnerships. And I'm proud also to announce that in this conference we've had many new international partnerships and international shoulder-to-shoulder partners signed and found and done. And now it's a time to add another layer. It's a time to add business to these partnerships. Because communities, it's not just about, mayor to mayor or community to community or gromada to gromada, or encouraging each other, supporting, rebuilding, and rebuilding the schools and just helping, taking away the kids from the horrible conditions just for a week to gromada outside of Ukraine where they can feel safe and then come back. All of that is super important, but now it's time to add the businesses to this system that is already quite well functioning. And our task as a ministry is to give conditions for those businesses, special conditions, if they want to reconstruct and want to enter a Ukrainian market in the borderline regions, because 70% of all the destruction is in 11 regions which are near the Black Sea, near Russia and Belarus, which is quite understandable. And obviously, if you are a business and you want to enter and invest, the conditions for investment are not the same in the west of Ukraine and in Mykolaiv or in Zaporizhia. So we are working together with the Ministry of Economy, together with the whole government, to provide special conditions for those who are willing to invest. And I think that that would be also a part of the shoulder-to-shoulder project to encourage investors that are already in your gromadas to go to the gromadas that are your partners, to encourage businesses that are abroad in a city that has a partnership with a Ukrainian city to go and invest. And it could be a risky investment now, but it could be a very profitable investment as well. And we have already those pilot projects and examples. And I'm sure that, for the next URC, we are not going to just bring results of reconstruction and results of rebuilding water pipelines that we brought or shelters that we brought that are quite innovative, and you can visit a shelter outside of the conference and see what it's all about, or bring you the before and after videos. But we are also going to bring shoulder-to-shoulder investments, business to business, or business to communities, or business to cities, and show that this is also a big part of the plan, because the damages are so significant that we will never be able to rebuild it just with public money or just with the IFI's money or the bank's money. But for sure, we would need private capital, we would need to get innovative, we would need to get creative, and we would need to build those partnerships on a different level with the businesses. And some of the gromadas and communities are already doing that. Some of them are very successful in this. Some of them, we still need to help them and make a push and make an exemplary projects. So this is our next step. And we are united in this horrible war, but we are united in recovery. And we are united in this inspiration that we are not alone in this. And this, I think, actually makes all the sense and helps us to stand through all of the things that are happening. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and like Ukrainian, I'm so happy to hear these great results. I planned to continue with cities of Ukraine, but I see the time, and I know that one of our speakers planned to travel, and if we can start with you. So, Mr. Secretary General Sobchak, the Eurocities network is the voice of Europe's major cities. We know that within the network there have been initiatives where cities jointly explored challenges related to European Union cohesion policy, mainly in areas such as social housing, infrastructure, inclusion and resilience. How can Ukrainian cities become actively involved in this process? And can Eurocities members invite their Ukrainian partners cities to join your network, maybe in frames of shoulder-to-shoulder program? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, first of all, for inviting me to this important conference, and apologies for having to leave a little bit earlier. But I wanted indeed to share the fact that Eurocities is already a network where Ukrainian cities are members. Even before the Russian aggression, we had 4 members. Now we have 10 members from Ukraine, and they are already actively taking part in our different activities. So what do we do at Eurocities? So we are a network of more than 220 cities with more than 50,000 inhabitants are in our network, and we have different communities in it. So we have, as you mentioned, the mayors that meet each other, the deputy mayors in the different areas, but also the people from the administration that gather also in their different communities to have the possibility to make sure that cities all over Europe, including thus Ukraine, can be empowered. What does it mean for us? It means that cities can take part in the decision-making processes at the European level, at the national level, at the regional level, to make sure that the needs of cities and the citizens are taken into account, that when we decide upon the priorities, that we are not going in a direction that is completely different from cities, because most of Europeans, and it's the same for Ukraine, are living in cities. So it's important that their voices are heard. And mayors and deputy mayors are often very well positioned to understand what are really the needs and the expectations of the citizens, but also the small and medium-sized businesses, because they meet them on a regular basis, and they can, I think, make sure that decision-making processes at the national and European level are becoming better. Our slogan at Eurocities is "A better Europe starts in cities," and I think it applies quite well. If we talk about empowering, it's also, of course, about financial resources that have to go to cities, because it's good to have good ideas and to know what you should do, but it's also important indeed to have the financial capacity, and unfortunately we see that cities are more and more struggling, because all over we have a shortage of money in Europe, I think, because there are new priorities and we need to invest in these new priorities. So it's important that the remaining money is shared among all the different stakeholders, and that we do not cut the possibilities, the financial possibilities for cities. In particular, since also we see that cities have more and more responsibilities that are given to them by the European and by the national level. They also need to make sure, indeed, that they have the financial capacity, and we are advocating, of course, in the European Union context, that the next MFF will still give a huge part to local actors, regions and cities, because it's about the future of Europe. And thirdly, if we talk about empowering cities, it's about capacity building. And there we act very directly to bring together our members, so including the Ukrainian cities, of course, to exchange about experiences and challenges and try to transfer the knowledge from one city to the other. Maybe it's not copy-paste, but at least you can inspire others. And for this, we organize a lot of meetings among our members, so on different topics, on all topics actually. We have at Eurocities 50 different working groups on many, many subjects, so it can be on how to build a new school, how to build a new transport network, how to integrate migrants, how to ensure economic development, how to create links between universities and local businesses, for example. So we work on all these different things, and it's via in-person meetings once a year. Each of the big topics we meet in different forums, and the rest of the time it's online meetings. And our Ukrainian members, they are quite active in these different meetings, online and also in the in-person meetings. We have managed to convince our different members to create a solidarity fund So not only the Ukrainian cities, of course, currently don't pay any membership fees, but also we finance them the trips to come to our in-person meetings. And they do it regularly. 1 month ago, we had our annual conference. We had several mayors and people from the administration from Ukraine coming there. By the way, we gave a specific award, our City Heroes Award, to the mayor of Kharkiv. It was a very important moment, so he was recognized as well by all the other mayors of Europe about his activities together with, of course, the different teams. And we are open, of course, to have new Ukrainian members. We want to play an important role in this knowledge transfer. We have already started. We are currently running a project for the European Commission, which is called Sun for Ukraine, Sustainable Urban Networks, where we have selected 12 Ukrainian cities from all over the country that we want to support in becoming climate neutral as much as possible and to get inspired from what other European cities are doing via the mission of 112 climate neutral cities. So we are open, and I think what we want to create and what we achieve, I think, to create is trust relationships between the different communities in our networks, because it's good to exchange success stories, but also sometimes difficulties. And we have done it already quite a lot on many, many different topics. And I think that from our whole membership, we would really like to support shoulder by shoulder Ukrainian cities and also to learn from Ukrainian cities. I mean, we have a lot of examples also where many of other European cities are very impressed about how Ukraine has been so quick. I mean, in this video or in the last session when we were seeing that indeed Kiev has been rebuilt already by 75%. A lot of European cities would dream of being so fast and so efficient in building new things and to make it also more sustainable. So yeah, I hope that maybe here in the room or via the contact that you have, just join Eurocities, our network, to become stronger for Ukrainian cities and for cities all over Europe, and for thus a better Europe. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much. І я знову переключусь на українську.
And now, if you allow, I'm switching to Ukrainian. So this is just another good proof as to what Ukrainian municipalities can do. And now, dear Ms. Yashchikova, I know that, of course, I know you have some really good partnerships with various cities in the European Union. And even today, we've just signed 2 agreements with the Swedish and Danish cities. And so what are the possibilities? Thank you. Greetings to everybody. It's a great honor for me to be with my country today and to be present at this great forum. Of course, yes, recovery is a great priority for Ukraine. However, when we speak about security, it is very important for us, especially in the context of the war. You know, I've been living in my hometown from birth, and I never could even dream or think that I would wake up from shelling or from the explosion of bombs. Why am I saying this? Because security is the responsibility of every single country. And today, Ukraine is making quantum leaps towards security. So working together with every single Ukrainian city, you will, in fact, will get acquainted as to find out about the functions and mandates that our municipalities have been enshrined with. And because municipalities are being transformed, we are learning everything. We are learning everything in the defense, in the military. Today, shelters are not just shelter, you know, just what you call shelter. No, it's a multifunctional space for children to study and for other things and events to happen. So for us, today, you know, we can't keep on going in outages. And speaking of co-generations, we do everything possible to make sure that our schools and kindergartens and hospitals keep on working, because we look into the future. And today, every single mayor of Ukraine is doing their homework on their lessons learned, and they're ready to share their experience. For example, if you look at Kupiansk's community, it's a true heroic community, and you know, it's a frontline community, and shoulder to shoulder we're standing next to Kharkiv, and it's a very logistic hub next to Sumy and Kharkiv, which is the front line of not just Ukraine, but also Europe and the entire world. So when you, in fact, support every single frontline city of Ukraine, you are supporting the entire Ukraine. So Shoulder to Shoulder program is a very unique ecosystem. So when you, in fact, cooperate with anyone within this ecosystem, in fact, you have access then to this entire experience and expertise Ukraine has already gained. Yes, war is happening in Ukraine, and yet when we talk about emergencies or disasters, natural disasters, you know, they're very similar to our experience. So it's very important for you to learn from our experience and to glean for our experience. So speaking about our unique experience of cooperation with international partners. For example, if you look at Kalmar, our Swedish friends, even prior to signing an agreement, we've already been enjoying some really good friendship with them. And our emergency responders, all of our people, they know support, the Swedish support. In fact, the delegation of 30 men strong from Sweden came to visit Poltava, not just to see Poltava, but in fact, they came with humanitarian aid for Kharkiv. They, together with our NGOs, helped Kharkiv. And it was very interesting to observe this business-to-business cooperation, NGO-to-NGO cooperation. This horizontal cooperation is very real and very unique, because this cooperation is needed for the people. The more people we have, the more people we get united in this horizontal cooperation, the more effective this cooperation. So municipalities are, in fact, their loci and portals for the communication and cooperation with people. And this is very, very important. So what we need to do is to ensure this access, because our people know how to deal, you know, not just shoulder to shoulder, but eye to eye. So I'm very glad to see everyone presented here, various international organizations, associations, various actors and stakeholders we can cooperate, because Ukrainian communities are not just about emergency response. It's also about management, administration, and some good friendship. So for us, it's very important that we have Aker House, our Norwegian partner. So we have already discussed with them various elements, how we are going to cooperate in the future. So all of this is very valuable for us, and we do appreciate this platform. We appreciate this opportunity for, again, our town of Kupiansk to cooperate. Of course, I can keep on talking about my native home of Poltava, but there are other cities. You know, I just see here my French friends, and we are very grateful to you, and we are grateful that we can cooperate with our French twin city. So when we speak of Ukraine today, it's all about opportunities of new experience. It is quite possible, just like I used to think that what's happening now is just not possible. And yet today, my little daughter and my little son, they're both in Poltava under shelling and under air raids. And I know why I'm here, why all of my Ukrainian colleagues are here, because we believe in our victory. We believe in our armed forces of Ukraine. And we are grateful to everyone who stands with us shoulder to shoulder. All Ukrainian communities are open for cooperation. And Poltava communities are being transformed. We have some incredible people, and we are open for some really flexible cooperation together. Thank you very much. I'm very much grateful to you, Ms. Katerina. Those are very emotional words. And now, if you allow, I would like to move on to Andrei Besedin, head of Kupiansk City Military Administration. So today, Kupiansk is on the front line, and 95% of the city has been destroyed. So the challenges are great and unbelievable. what can you say about your partnership with Poltava, but also with your international partners? And I also admire that irrespective and despite of your challenges, you actually find time for this partnership and to build bridges. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Svetlana. Thank you, dear participants and colleagues. Thank you for the opportunity to present Kupings at this amazing forum on Ukraine recovery. War. War is all about destruction, about death, and this is something that we face daily. And yes, we face these challenges daily with great responsibility, and we do fight and wrestle with challenges. What is cooperation? What is shoulder to shoulder? First of all, we speak here about hope. Hope of our people, people who have lost everything, their homes, their streets, their property. But they have this hope for tomorrow. So when we speak with our partners in the city of Poltava or other partners in Ukraine or international partners, we look into their eyes and we explain our needs, because everybody has different needs. You know, somebody have lost everything. Somebody were forced to relocate. Others have other challenges. Maybe some municipalities, like on the front line, for example, under daily shelling, for example. So in this context, of course, when we talk to each other, it's not just about memorandum. No, we speak to each other as friends, as true, authentic partners. What if we started this partnership 20 years ago? We would never seen this war. And I, in fact, believe that Ukraine would have been one of the most powerful countries, if not in the world, but then at least in Europe. But it's too late, you know, unfortunately, we realize it. However, if you look back into 2022, our Kupings community, which in fact as well was quickly occupied for a period of 7 months. We talk about losses, killings, tortures. We lost a great number of patriots who did not want to cooperate and did not agree to cooperate with the enemy. And of course, our heroic and brave armed forces of Ukraine liberated us. So what we realized that what the enemy has left us just the desert and desolation, not just the infrastructural desolation. It was just a complete, total desolation. So we were looking for partners. So for example, if we speak of Kupings, Kupings didn't have any partners, you know, not just abroad, but of course not even in Ukraine, but thanks to our local funds and our international partners, they stood together with us from 2020 to shoulder, and they have given hope to our people. Because this is extremely important to have this foundation, to have this clear understanding that tomorrow is going to be different. So yes, our cooperation with the United States, with Poland, with Italy, for example, with the town of Pertusa, everybody is aware of our challenges. And they are aware, why is it that they are ready to stand next to us shoulder to shoulder, that this is not just mere talk, you know, like on the forums or conferences, but just to be this real partners. And to be a real partner, you have to, in fact, to have this clear understanding that it's not just about spending money, but in fact, it's about losing lives. We are losing lives of our men and women, boys and girls, of our population, destruction of our towns and villages. Within a very short period of time, I'm sure we will be celebrating. We'll be celebrating victory. We'll be celebrating peace, and we'll be going quickly towards integration. Although I believe we are already integrated. We are true Europeans. And in fact, if we look at our various towns, we are ready to share this experience with you. And if we speak of our military experience, it's very unique. We only went to Rzeszów, the Polish town of Rzeszów, at the defense conference, and we could see how unique experience. Yes, 2022 was a year full of challenges, you know. However, what I would like to say is that no, we wouldn't want Europe to see Russian food on their land. However, we wouldn't want them to feel what we are feeling now. But we believe that shoulder to shoulder is very important so that Ukraine would stand, would resist, and would win. And Ukraine and all of Europe can just live and develop. Thank you for your support, for shoulder to shoulder. Glory to Ukraine.
Дякуємо за вашу стійкість.
Thank you for your resilience. Since this is the final panel, I would like to encourage our international partners and everyone to develop the plan of action, the ideas to reinforce our partnerships, to make them more intense and more active and more numerous. Thank you for being with us.
Of the European Committee of Regions and as representative of State of Bremen. What factors do you believe can contribute to stronger multi-level governance and more partnership at a local and regional level, and essentially supporting the recovery process? Would you have some practical advice or best practice to recommend that could facilitate more systematic and sustainable partnerships? Thank you.
Thank you so much for the question. Thank you so much for inviting me. First of all, let me shortly explain what the Committee of the Region is and what it does. The Committee of the Region is a statutory body of the European Union. We are representing all the regions and all the local municipalities in the European Union. Why is that important? That is important because 70% of all EU legislation is executed on local and regional level, mostly on local level. This means every time there is a new regulation in place, it is the mayors normally who have to make sure that the regulation is put in place, that the regulation works, and the people accept the regulation. So that leads to the fact that the mayors are the most persons under pressure, but they're also the persons most trusted in by normal citizens. And this is, from my understanding, why so many mayors were abducted in Ukraine, because you took away the people mostly trusted in. So to say that at the beginning, I have to mention that this is very important. If you want to build collaborations and if you want to build responsible partnerships, you have to find people who want to work together. And to bring my example from my hometown Bremen, we didn't have a sister city in Ukraine until the full-scale invasion. But we had a sister city in Poland, which is Gdansk. So what we did at the first situation, we called Gdansk and said, how can we help? Do you have any idea? Because you have two sister cities. What can we do? And Dan said, okay, we have several ideas. You know, they also needed support in the first days. And they said, you could help us and we could build like some sort of trilateral cooperation, which is somehow the fact, because we are now partnering with Odessa Oblast. We're not partnering with the city of Odessa, but still we're working with Gdansk very closely on what we can do together. So this is, from my perspective, something we should say to all the EU villages and small cities who are not at the moment, who are hesitant to build up cooperation because they don't know how to execute that. I mean, that's very easy. Find another sister city you already have, another village you already have, and ask whether they have cooperations, because then you can do it together. So that's the first point of all, just to make sure that you get the whole picture. And then what we do is trying to find, to connect cities to cities on a very concrete level. So we're trying to build partnerships. We're trying to build a concrete dialogue between cities and cities, villages and villages. And we are also asking for a one-stop shop, which means it should be a hub, which today, I mean, started like on working. The first steps are done. So it's very easy to cities and villages and all municipalities to find a partner for the Ukrainian one and also for the EU ones, so that they can see how they can work together. And we have to make sure it's not all about the money. You do not have to have millions of funding to work together. That is very important. Sometimes it's just about internships. It's about traineeships within the administration. And that's what we did. We have a program which is called Tips for UA, which means that we have like an internship and traineeship program within our administrations where people can learn how European funding works and how you apply for that. That is very important, because from my perspective, Ukraine will be a member of the European Union quite soon, and therefore you have to be prepared, because every municipality has the right to apply for funding, but we need the regional level for that, because in Europe it is the regional level who is normally working with the cohesion funds. So we have to make sure that there is a regional level. At the moment, for me, it seems to be all like national level and local level. But we have to find a structure, and the decentralization reform is completely going on at the moment, and people are discussing how to do it best. So that's very important, and of course we like to if we are asked, we like to give some advice, we like to give our support, we like to find out which model will work best. So this is one of the things. The other thing we do is, of course, we try to bring companies and municipalities together. So you already mentioned the programs working within Ukraine, and we of course want to attract companies working in Ukraine. And yesterday you heard Ursula von der Leyen when she was talking about the programs and the funding. She was talking for companies to be able to invest in Ukraine and to not be in fear of any situation. So I think that is one of the most important points. And the other one I wanted to mention is that we are closely working in a working group, as you mentioned. I have the honor to be chair of the working group on Ukraine, which is at the moment talking about issues of Ukraine with invited guests from Ukraine. And we want it to be a joint consultative committee, which means, like any accession country, we have like a group within 30 members from the Committee of the Regions and 13 members from the accession country, and we are like on equal level. So we are not inviting Ukrainians in, but we are doing that together. We are talking about who to invite, what topics we want to discuss, and how we can go on with the accession process on local and regional level, which is very important because, as I mentioned, you know, most of the work is done on regional and local level. So how many time do I have left?
1 minute.
1 minute. Okay, so then 1 minute. Let me just end with the main idea. We want to build city-to-city partnerships. We want to work most effectively with Ukraine. So if you are an EU city or an EU village, please ask us how we can help you. And if you are a Ukrainian city or if you are a Ukrainian village, please ask us how we can help you. We will try to match people. We will try to match regions, cities, and local authorities, because that's what we're doing at the moment. Thank you so much.
Я дуже дякую за
Thank you very much for a very specific offer, and I'm sure that after this panel there will be long lines waiting to meet each of our speakers, and we will struggle to make it to the final panel.
An example of long-term strategic approach. Today, thanks to strategic support, they are over 40. And this is not just declaration, but real partnerships with team exchanges and joint projects. Which initiatives supported by Swedish institutions, including SIDA, have made this possible? What mechanism do you see as key, and what from Sweden experience could be useful for other countries that are now looking to build sustainable partnerships with Ukrainian municipalities? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Moderator Svetlana. And just to, I think, start off by recognizing the very strong testimonies of our colleagues, the Prime Minister Kuleba and Acting Mayor Poltava, and of course from the city militarization of Kupiansk. Your testimonies are enormously powerful, and we think of you every day, and we are a key supporter of Ukraine. We will continue to be that for as long as it takes, and support to Ukraine is Sweden's key foreign policy priority. So that's the starting point. And I represent the Swedish International Development Cooperation Agency, and we work globally in support of improving living conditions for people living in poverty and under oppression. And the issue of oppression is the one that is very much related to what we are talking about here today. So for Sweden, as I mentioned, we are investing more and more now into Ukraine. And it's not only about creating the urgent resilient needs and reconstruction needs here, it's also about building the very strong partnership between Sweden and Ukraine and Europe moving forward. So this is going to be a partnership for the long haul. We just have to support you in the war, and we will continue invest in Ukraine as partners. This is all about partnerships. And our institution is the key institution developing foreign assistance, as I mentioned, but we do that through partners. We do some investments directly, but primarily we work through partners. And you have already alluded to some of our partners here, the City of Kalmar, for example, the Association of Regions and Municipalities that are present in this room. And without them, there would be no partnership from Sweden. So we very much welcome their participation and engagement with you. And as we heard from Bremen, it's all about this partnership at the local and regional level. So Sweden has been able to really muster this support from the local governments, but it's done voluntarily. It's all about them wanting to contribute, but also learning. Like many other European countries, we are also building up our total defense in Sweden now, and we are learning from this horrible situation that we heard about here that you're experiencing in Ukraine every day. So it's also a part of self-interest here to learn more from you, to see how we can build a resilient Sweden and Europe moving forward. A top priority for us is, of course, to also support Ukraine becoming an EU member. So much of our support is also targeted at the central level with policy reforms to various sectors, but then going down all the way to local government. And we also heard the panel here talking very much about the importance of mobilizing private sector financing for reconstruction. And we realized that the public financing that we have available to contribute is very limited. So we have to invest it super strategically in Ukraine so that we actually attract and mobilize more investment into reconstruction and rebuilding and creating this resilient Ukraine overall. So just give you a few examples of where we are engaged right now. This partnership on decentralization has been ongoing essentially since 1991. So it is a long-term partnership which we are really improving on or speeding up. So right now we have a program called Polaris, which is with the Swedish regions and municipalities. It's a 250 million Swedish kronor program for up to 2028. And it's all about exchange of experiences and learning and providing technical assistance and also physical assistance. We also, upon request by the government, here we have a strong program on waste management. So then we deploy our institutions that are working on waste management at the municipal level to work in partnership to strengthen that system in Ukraine. Finally, we are also working, of course, with the multilateral financing institutions like EBRD and EFCO in order for them to contribute to reconstruction efforts at the local level and the regional level. This is just a very, very short example of what we are doing, but I think in the longer run, as we move forward, we also need to be able to be a little bit better of presenting our work with you more at the geographic scope, so that we are also engaged very much in humanitarian assistance, for example, and that's part of building the resilient Ukraine. So there are multiple tools, but that starts off, as we heard from our colleagues, local government is essential at the Romada level, but of course at the district oblast level as well. And we will continue to support you as long as it's take. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this great example, which can be like example for in other European countries. Secretary General Dalmas, Central European Initiative.
Звертаюсь до вас, пане Франкедал Мас, генеральний секретар Центральної європейської ініціативи. Від самого початку повномасштабного вторгнення ви підтримуєте. Які проекти саме ви там запровадили, саме для того, щоб допомогти українським муніципалітетам більш ефективно і активно залучатися до відновлення? А також, зокрема, що стосується членства України в ЄС. Отже, вам мікрофон, будь ласка. Високоповажні пані та панове, організатори, учасники, перш за все, дозвольте.
For inviting Central European Initiative to this important event. CEI was born in 1989 after the collapse of Berlin Wall. It is the largest regional intergovernmental organization, European organization. And now is bringing together 70 countries. One is suspended, Belarus. But your country, Ukraine, is our member. And I have a Deputy Secretary General is here in the first line, Ambassador Yuri Mushka. Now I switch my speech in Italian.
Ladies and gentlemen, today we're here in Rome, and we're not just participating at a conference, one like many others. No, we're here witnessing a historical moment. A moment that proves our pledge to help Ukraine, to reconstruct the country, to help them rebuild and recover from the war, and to also reconstruct, if I may say so, Europe. It's an honor to talk together with international leaders, all of them pledging to help Ukraine in its recovery. Our organization tries to empower regions, municipalities, and is trying to promote trans-border collaboration. That's what we were created for. We are bridge builders, so as that Europe is not split. We don't want to extend Europe, we want to make it work better together. The international collaboration, and as Mr. Tajani has said, we want to make cooperation better. And ever since the full-scale invasion of Ukraine by Russia, a brutal aggression, I might add, we have acted united, all members that are country of the CIEI jointly together, condemning the war, and there has been no hesitation. But what have we done today? The CEI Collaboration Fund, with the help of all member states, has empowered us to help with direct funding, medical support, and an important financial tool from the European Bank of Development and Reconstruction. We have the funding by Italy, which has strengthened our strategic partnership with the financing and funding of big structural projects such as the INCE project for reconstructing the power grid thanks to a grant in Thermopylae. We have created through the funding a transportation system and rebuild it. The Philobus project. And the financing for this project has been signed today. So we are acting at the intergovernmental collaboration at a regional level. That's our mission. And the recovery of Ukraine is at the top of our political agenda and part of the European initiative. It's the heart of it, to be clear. And I would like you all to remember that as we meet today here to discuss about the future of this country, we are also giving hope and dignity to millions of people whose lives have been put upside down. I know that I have to come to an end, and this is what I'm actually doing. Just allow me to end my thought with a final remark. I am deeply convinced in saying that I believe what Ms. von der Leyen has said. We have two flags, the European and the Ukrainian flag. Being with Ukraine means being with Europe. That is the strong message that we from the CEI want to launch, even though there might be a dialogue about this. So I end on this note. Slavia Ukraina.
Ma io devo rientrare.
I am sorry, I apologize, but I have to join my delegation. I have to leave you, but it's been an honor being today with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for joining us, and I hope see you soon in your in frames of your future projects. Mayor Lachese, Italy today is one of the leaders of European programs like Interact, Urbact and LIFE. We know that this success was possible thanks to systematic work, powerful urban development agencies, project offices and municipalities. What do Ukrainian communities need to do to build a bridge to Italian cities, not only as a friend, but as equal partners of these projects?
Thank you very much. I believe it to be crucial to foster these moments of exchange, such as this one, and I believe it to be very important, both in Italy as well as in Ukraine, to call people back, especially the mayors, to be responsible for their territories, because they represent those communities, and in the light of at least what concerns Italy, of what I would call of an increasing importance of local administration in our country is due. Now, this Italian role is also present in our partnership programs at an international level. I am the mayor of a city of southern Italy who has given its support also by welcoming Ukrainians, and ever since 3 years ago in my office there is not just the Italian flag, the flag of Europe, and that of my city is also the Ukrainian flag standing as a sign of solidarity and as a symbol of hope for peace. I come from a southern city in Italy, and considering all difficulties that we have as such a city, we have partnership, we have city partnerships, and at the end of this panel I will sign not one, but 4 partnerships with Ukrainian cities, which will become sister cities, just to give a symbol of how we can create the conditions for a just peace and a lasting peace by coming together as municipalities. And I would like to say 2 things without taking up too much time. I would like to thank the Italian community for what they've done, both in terms of welcoming people as well as cooperation at an international level. Yesterday, President Zelensky has evoked the Marshall Plan for the Ukrainian reconstruction, and I would like to remind all of you that besides the economic questions, which of course are important because we need to reconstruct the physical infrastructures, Europe after World War II was reconstructed based on 2 topics. So economical recovery thanks to the Marshall Plan and the Western Bloc, as well as the principle that was introduced into the European dialogue by Jean Barret, who was the administrator of a small local council in France, and Jean Barret introduced into the institutional life of European countries, so we're talking right after the Treaty of Rome in 1950, the Council of Regions and Municipalities came immediately afterwards, and he said that there should be sister cities as a way of reconstructing Europe, not just at the physical level in terms of infrastructure, but also looking at the value of community, and in order to have social cohesion, because when communities meet, they get to know each other and they stick together. And they build a peace together. And I'd like to come to an end by reminding you what Eurocity President has just said. Now, a better Europe is created starting with the cities, because the meeting of different people, different municipalities is the basis for a better future. And I end on a note, not because I am not speaking just as a mayor, but mayors should not be military players. They should be people who bring hope. And starting with the vision of Ukrainian and Italian mayors, we need to bring back the hope for a better future of Europe. Slava Ukraina. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, and I'm happy that you today will have 4 agreements. We have 1 minute for just one question from the hall. Who has a question? Oh, yeah, please.
Okay, thank you. Oh, I have to sit. My name is Eric Cherdy. I'm Deputy Mayor of Kalmar, cooperating with Poltava. And I was in Poltava in May, in fact, and it was a great experience to see what it's really like. And I felt the smell of the shelters. I heard the sound of the sirens and the blasts. And I also shared the burden of sorrow with the relatives to the fallen soldiers. And that was a real, I take it with me my whole life, I would say. And I can only feel that in Ukraine. And also learned about courage, curiosity and creativity. So my question is, how can we inspire other mayors from Europe to go to Ukraine and get a deeper understanding of Ukrainian daily life? Thank you.
Thank you. Це запитання, кому б ви хотіли адресувати?
And who is this question to?
So who would like to respond?
Someone from Europe.
Thank you.
Well, first of all, you have to find a group which is already going. I mean, the man from the Secretary General from Eurocities was talking about that. The European Committee of the Regions has been there as Committee of the Regions. I've been like 3 times in the Ukraine in the meantime, and so on. This is the first point. But what I was trying to mention in my intervention was that we are strongly advocating for a one-stop shop, for a hub in which we can match Ukrainian cities and regions and European cities and regions to make that possible. Because then you can have the direct contact. And if you know where you are going and who the people are you are going to, our European mayors and our European friends might not be as afraid as they are now. I mean, I've been in Kiev at the beginning of June when the shelling started again. And it was my first time experience. I've been twice before in Ukraine, but this was my first experience actually with war, and I can see why people are hesitant. Normally, you're not traveling into a war zone; you try to get out of a war zone. So, from my perspective, we need this very close face-to-face contact with local municipalities, which invite others in to say, "Come, look. See how you can help, see what we experience. And that is why I was advocating for that one-stop shop, for that European hub that we're trying to build, and that where we did the first steps on these days. But it's not finished yet, so I'm very hopeful that we can do it during the next 2 months.
Thank you so much. So unfortunately, we should finish, and last points, I would like to make call to action. So dear European colleagues, tomorrow or today you will go home, but in Monday, July 21, please call to European mayors which you know and ask, do you have partner in Ukraine? And if yes, you have so many Ukrainian communities which are ready to establish partnership. Second, you also can join to a shoulder-to-shoulder program because it's a unique experience. If you can start to build national program to support partnership like it's doing Germany and Sweden, for instance, it's also really great. And final point, I invite you at 4:30 to final panel in 3rd floor. It will in 15 minutes. But firstly, we have some agreements. So, concrete results. I'm truly delighted that right now we will witness to the signing of 5 agreements between cities that will become part of the big Cities for Cities family and initiative funded by the Swedish government under the Polaris program. So right now I will invite Poltava Municipality Acting Mayor Katarina Yamshikova. I think please help us with some changes on the stage. And Swedish City of Kalmar Deputy Mayor Erik Ciardi. Let's support our colleagues.